requested to state his or her name and address for the record when beginning to speak. When you are finished speaking, please share your name, address, and the case number on the sheet provided.
Because I thought you just needed to play YouTube and when it comes time. Oh, because you need to.
I'm getting to YouTube. How do you find the live link? Because we are live now.
Do you have the live link for PCB? It, it's not pulled up. Usually it. Maybe she hasn't started the live YouTube.
I started it.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, there was something with the button. I fixed it now.
Oh, okay.
It should be listed now.
Give us a second and we'll check.
Here you go.
Okay, tries. Maybe she hasn't started the live YouTube.
I started it.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, there was something with the button. I fixed it now.
Oh, okay.
It should be listed now.
We hear audio. Give us a second. We'll check.
Here you go.
Okay,
Copies of the agenda, procedure, and planning department hearing. Copies of the agenda, procedure, and planning department hearing. Copies of the agenda, procedure, and planning department hearing. Copies of the agenda, procedure, and planning department hearing. Copies of the agenda, procedure, and planning department
Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Her lights on red and you can. I don't know. I think the system automatically did it. Okay. Her lights on red and you can't do the meeting. I don't know. I think the system automatically did it. Okay. Time in, am I ready? Yeah. Time in?
Yes.
Are we ready? Are we recording?
We are recording, yes.
Okay. You ready to start?
Not yet. For some reason, it's acting funky.
I don't know. I think the system automatically did it. Okay.
Yes.
Time in, am I ready?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. We're ready. Time in?
Yes.
Are we ready? Are we recording?
We are recording, yes.
Okay. You ready to start?
Not yet. For some reason, it's acting funky.
I think the system automatically did it.
Yes. Yes.
Conditional use 2026-0.
Yes.
Are we ready? Are we recording?
We are recording, yes.
Everybody hear me now?
Not yet. For some reason, it's acting funky.
Round three, we're going to start singing, all right? Again, welcome to the Metropolitan Planning Commission special meeting, April 29th, 2026.
We are going to be hearing and discussing the conditional use 2026-00039 in the county. And this is a conditional use permit for utility main. Before we get going, I want to ask anybody that's got a cell phone or other electronic devices, either shut them off or put them on nano mode. Also, during the process, for the staff and the questions here, please refrain from any comments or any talks between yourselves that's going to disrupt us. We will have time to speak at the mic if you wish to address the talk. So again, please respect process. We're doing our best to try to educate ourselves at the same time. So, welcome, thank you, and we will go ahead and start the, we'll have time, roll call, to speak at the mic if you.
Sir, is it okay if we do the opening announcement?
Yes, excuse me, respect. Process, we're doing our best to try to educate ourselves at the same time. So, welcome, thank you.
Before we begin the agenda, the Wichita-Sedgwick County Metropolitan Area Planning Commission and the Wichita-Sedgwick County Board of Zoning Appeals would like to take this opportunity to welcome everyone to this public hearing. For those in attendance, copies of the agenda for today's meeting, the public hearing procedure, and planning department staff reports on all agenda items are available in the lobby. The Planning Commission's and the BZA's bylaws limit the applicant on a zoning, subdivision, or variance application and his or her representatives to a total of 10 minutes of speaking time at the start of the hearing on that item, plus up to 2 minutes at the conclusion of that hearing. All other persons wishing to speak on agenda items are limited to 3 minutes per person. However, if they feel that it is needed and justified, the chairman may extend these times by up to 2 minutes. All speakers are requested to state his or her name and address for the record when beginning to speak. When you are finished speaking, please share your name, address, and the case number on the sheet provided in the room. This will enable staff to notify you if there are any additional proceedings concerning that item. All speakers at the podium, please remove your face mask before speaking into the microphone. Please note that all written and visual materials you present to the Commission and the Board will be retained by the Secretary as part of the official record. If you are not speaking, but you wish to be notified about future proceedings on a particular case, please provide your contact information to the Planning Department. The Planning Commission and the Board are interested in hearing the views of all persons who wish to express themselves on all the agenda items. However, we ask that all speakers please be as courteous and concise as possible and avoid long repetitions of facts or opinions which have already been stated. For your information, the Wichita City Council has adopted a policy for all city zoning items. A copy of this policy is available from the planning staff. The City Council relies on a written record of the Planning Commission hearings and does not conduct its own additional public hearings on these items. The decision of the BZA is final. Any appeal of a decision of the BZA is to the district court. A copy of this policy is available from the planning staff. The City Council relies on a written record of the Planning Commission hearings and does not conduct its own additional public hearings on these items. The decision of the BZA is final. Any appeal of a decision of the BZA is to the district court.
Here. Bill Johnson. Present. I. Here. Columbus.
Here.
Yes, sir. Warren. Here. Joe Johnson. Here.
Williams. And there's one vacant position. Sir, I show there are 13 members present.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Also from the commissioners.
I. Here. Columbus.
Here.
Yes, sir. Warren. Here. Joe Johnson. Here.
Williams.
All right, you're up, sir. Thank you very much.
Position.
Morning, everyone. Right at early. Called area planning park. Can you hear me? Okay, so we are here questions to us.
Here.
Yes, sir. Warren. Here. Joe Johnson. Here. You're clean on that.
For this request, that
Williams.
requesting from building maker in the form of solar energy conversion system or SECS. Also with a battery energy storage system or BESS or BESS. A utility maker requires a conditional use in the RR as a MSC district. And that's what these, properties are zoned. And the total area is, 1,495 acres across several individually owned parcels, owned by several different parties. As far as the property goes, it's been bounded by South 119th and West 47th Street South, South Ridge Road, and West 63rd Street South. It's not completely contiguous, but those are roughly 5 acres. Most of it is undeveloped, mostly in agricultural use, and is not divided. The properties that are surrounding the property are mostly RR and SF-20 West, LI, industrial and industrial properties. The vast majority is agricultural with some significant residential as well. And other uses in the substation to be tied into the current requested project. And basic industry and warehouse kind of to the south, industrial properties. The staff report in front of you provides information about the mineral use regulations and the recommended uses applicable. And I will kind of go through many of those, not all of them. However, if anybody has any questions about anything that I've touched on or haven't touched on, please feel free to ask and go into more detail. Just a little bit of background about this type of project. In August of 2024, the Board of County Commissioners made the resolution amending the Unified Zoning Code to update regulations regarding the SCCS projects and unincorporated city county. And all of these requirements are found in the Unified Zoning Code supplemental regulations in section 3.b.6.c. So after several submissions, planning staff did determine that the present application was found to be substantially compliant with these regulations and allowed the application to be requirements are found in that sense. We are here today. Just touching on some of these supplemental use regulations, there are, I believe, 5 or 6 that are kind of basic, overall kind of statements that are required. And I'll just kind of touch on all of those because they're kind of important. Basically, all large scale SCCs shall be prohibited in established and adopted urban growth area and considered as identified in the county urban growth area map. So this one is not in those areas. The second one is no SCCS project shall exceed 1,500 acres. This one is not. No SCCS project area shall be located in or on more than 6 consecutive sections of land. This one is not. No SCCS project area boundary shall be nearer than 2 miles to any other SCCS area boundary. Considering there are no other SCCS projects currently, this one does not. Notice that regulation no unattached portion of a project area of the SCCS may be located within 1 mile in bounds of the SCC project area that is more. And the maximum area of the photovoltaic solar panel coverage shall not exceed 65% of the total project area. And the coverage would cover 31.9% of the total project area. 1 mile in bounds of the SCC project area. It is encouraged that any potential SCCS applicant provide written notice to any city within 2 miles of the same ancillary areas prior to not exceed 65% total project area. Proposed SCCS is within 1 mile of the city of Wichita, and written notice to the one that provided prior to the application. It is encouraged that any potential SCCS. Now we'll go into specific requirements for large scale and medium scale applications. And I'm not going to hit on every one, but I will kind of touch on some. And I won't even go into great detail on those. But again, if anyone has any questions, feel free, once I'm done, to come back and ask, and we'll go on. The first one is that an applicant shall submit a concept plan. The concept plan has several things that are supposed to be required, and so that is on the requirements. Applicant shall submit a detailed project narrative identifying all aspects of the roles and describing the proposed SCCS. Next, that an applicant shall submit a draft grading plan that shows grading concept plans and concept plans that exactly things that are supposed to be required. That is met. Next one is that an applicant shall submit a draft landscape plan. Next one is that an applicant shall submit a visual impact analysis and describing the proposed SCCS. Next one is that the applicant shall submit a community impact assessment addressing the impact of the proposed SCCS on the immediate vicinity, as well as greater area. Next one is that the applicant shall make the change to the full city of Wichita Department of Public Works and Utilities or the County Department of Public Works, and that's in this case, that means the applicant shall determine what roads may be used as transportation routes for construction and maintenance, and shall provide a map of all the routes that are used. Also, the applicant shall submit a traffic and transportation assessment which will impact the proposed SCCS activities. The next one is that the applicant shall submit a construction management and mitigation plan addressing traffic control, site access, site security, etc. And then for all types of SCCS, large scale, medium scale, and small scale, site plans shall be submitted, that includes the following, which again, not touching on all, but the next one is not. The first one is that it shall be provided total technology to approximate number of solar modules and all types of maximum height array from where it's still ground and power capacity system acreage of the array and the total project and whether again not touching on all, but the next one is not. The first one is that it shall be provided total. Next one is that an applicant shall submit information for utility connections. Next one is that the applicant shall maintain appropriate liability insurance. The next one is that the applicant shall provide information on anticipated slope and whether no SCCS shall be sited, installed, or developed on slopes of 15% or greater. The applicant shall provide management collection, proper storage, removal, damage panels. Next one is that the applicant shall maintain appropriate. The applicant shall provide a solar flare hazard analysis. The applicant shall provide information. The applicant shall submit an environmental assessment to EPA standards that addresses the project's impact on wildlife habitat, bird migration, projects like bird and bat strikes and death, officially listed flora and fauna and flood zones. The applicant shall provide information that addresses stormwater drainage, oil erosion, sediment control, and detail how the same will be addressed, prevented, or enhanced. The applicant shall provide information on the construction materials, generally and bird and bat strikes and death. The applicant shall provide information and test results of any soil and groundwater testing required by the Director of Sedgwick County Department of Environmental Resources and Household Standards and Waste. The applicant shall provide a list of all local, state, federal agencies requiring approval and copies shall provide including all required studies and soil and groundwater certifications required by the Director. The SCCS shall not exceed 25 SCCS structure shall be set back at least 100 feet from the project boundary. Shall provide a list of all local, state, all SCCS structures, including photovoltaic panels, where that shall be located at least 250 feet from the dwelling units, not included in the facility. All SCC structures, with the exception of any photovoltaic, shall be enclosed on security fencing at least 100 feet from the project boundary. No SCCS shall allow the outdoor ports and interior or equipment subject to operating panels. On-site communication lines and collection lines are to be installed underground. However, ground utility or power lines are generally permitted only in public right of ways, easements, where other legally designated land. Permitted structures. No SCCS shall allow the outdoor. There shall be no signage allowed on SCCS, except with the exception of safety and emergency contact signs, directional or project identification signs. The SCCS should be located maximum of existing terrain. And shall identify the potential fire risks associated with the SCCS, including both prescribed burning and non-prescribed burning. The project to be reviewed and approved by the Wichita, or in this case, the Sedgwick County Fire District number 1, properties, and then Culberty County is that's required. No SCCS shall be placed as consecrated associated with constituted properties and the lighting over to the feature height building installed to be reviewed and approved by the shall provide SCCS site and facility decommissioning and reclamation plan in Culberty County, and the required decommissioning and reclamation plan shall provide several items that are listed in work under 8A. I don't want to go into great detail now, but if you have any questions, and then upon final approval.
Construction shall begin within 2 years from the date of final approval. As far as the battery energy storage system goes, applicants are requesting a BESS. And the UBC defines a BESS as one or more individual storage containers providing secondary battery cells that are equipped with cooling, ventilation, fire suppression, and an electronic regulator. As of March 11th, 2026, the Sedgwick County Board of Commissioners has a 1-year moratorium on any application for BESS. The applicant did submit the current application prior to the moratorium, so the application can be processed. The Sedgwick County Fire District number 1 stated that professional information shall be provided to review all data, desired extinguishment, work preference for a container burn. On the site plan shall include gates connection, fire apparatus, access roads, materials to be used for access roads shall be called out. As far as case history, again, the site is comprised of several unplatted properties owned by different entities. Platting would not be required for this project. As far as public services go, again, they have access to South Ridge Road, South 87th Street West, South Main Road, South 119th Street West. It also has access to West 67th Street South, West 55th Street South, and West 37th Street South. All of these roadways are gravel, 2-lane arterial county roads except for South Ridge Road. And they are serviced by the rural water district road, South 87th Street West. As far as plans and policies, the SCCS and BESS requests are in conformance with the community investment plan. The map identifies the area in which the site is located to be a rural road area, which is described as encompassing land outside the 2035 urban road area for Wichita and small cities. Agricultural uses, businesses, and related lot residential serving subdivisions are likely to be developed in the area. The comprehensive plan indicates that SCCS uses can be compatible with agricultural uses in areas beyond inside the 2035 urban road area. Businesses and as far as compatibility locational guidelines, under the heading Land Use Compatibility Guideline 1B, states that industrial and major commercial land uses that generate pollution, odor, noise, light, safety hazards, and high levels of traffic should be located away from residential areas.
and developed with screening, buffering, and site design features sufficient to mitigate adverse impacts. So the UZC categorizes utility major as a public and civic use. While the use of utility major is not necessarily an industrial use, the size and scope of the proposed SCCS and BES proposes to be screened and buffered with site designs to mitigate possible adverse impacts. A BES may be considered an industrial component to the overall use. However, in relation to the entire project area, the BES is located furthest away from the residential uses and near existing industrial uses. Additionally, the proposed conditions of approval
are also meant to mitigate further possible impacts. And then the community investments plan does call out specifically information about renewable energy facilities, which is what SCCS is classified as. So the plan encourages Sedgwick County to take the opportunity to establish viable rules and regulations to manage the production of these uses within the community. This was written before the Board of County Commissioners did so in 2024. So that's something that was met. It also recognizes that SCCS may be acceptable within Sedgwick County. However, design and performance standards need to be established that can be used in determining the location and size of all sorts of facilities. In the 11 years since that plan was adopted, Sedgwick County did adopt the supplementary use regulations found in the zoning code that are designed to regulate and mitigate impacts from SCCS that then incorporate design. So staff does recommend approval with several conditions, and I will kind of go through, much like the use regulations, several of those, kind of just touching on them. Again, if anybody has any questions afterwards, after we go into more detail. So the first condition of approval will be the applicant shall develop, construct, operate, and maintain the site in conformance with the acceptable plan. Another one is that for all streams and wetlands, there shall be a minimum 25-foot buffer on each side of the waterway. For perennial streams and sporting wetlands, there shall be a 25-foot buffer from fence line and 100-foot setback for all installed equipment. The applicant shall submit the final landscape plan. All exterior lighting shall be full cutoff, shielded, and directed downward. Prior to the issuance of any permits to commence construction, applicant shall be required to submit construction management, construction mitigation plan to be reviewed and approved by the zoning administrator. The applicant shall submit a construction traffic management plan for review and approval by the Sedgwick County Public Works Department. The applicant shall comply with the submitted traffic and transportation assessment and reviewed and issued by the county engineer. The applicant shall be responsible for repairing any damage to roadways occurring during development, construction, or following the permission project. The applicant shall submit a construction traffic. The applicant shall enter into a road use agreement with Sedgwick County prior to delivery of the site. Submitted traffic. The applicant shall be required to submit a grade substantially similar to the material submitted at the time of application. Be reviewed and approved by the Sedgwick County Works Department. The applicant shall submit an erosion and sediment control plan for review and approval by Sedgwick County Public Works Department prior to construction. A drainage plan shall be developed and approved for site stormwater quantity and quality results as required by the Sedgwick County Stormwater Management. The non-synthetic natural fungicide shall be used when necessary for control. Within 60 days of Board of County Commissioners approval, the applicant shall provide cash held in escrow, most before preferred, or in the form of a security bond, as a means of assuring payment of decommissioning costs. Decommissioning shall commence to be undertaken in accordance with the approved decommissioning plan. The design, installation, maintenance, or repair of each project shall be in compliance with all proposed standards. The conditional use shall be terminated if the project is not finished construction
2 years from the date of final approval. The owner and operator of the project shall acquire and maintain adequate liability insurance. The applicant shall provide a fire risk analysis and assess specific county fire number 1 fire construction. I believe that's it. As far as information coming from the public, we did receive several statements. Several of them were in the form of recommending approval from the public. There were also several that were against the request. And then also we received several pages of petitions who are opposed, with citizens who are opposed to the request. And I believe the commissioners did receive a copy of all of those petitions. If anyone else didn't see that, we do have a copy available to you in the planning department. And we can go through the attachments here. This is see the zoning map on the screen. Next. This is the future growth map showing that it's basically in the rural area. Next map. This is the urban growth area map. It's not within any urban growth area. Next map. Nor is it in any urban area. Next map. This is the overall site plan that shows where the multiple solar arrays will be located as well as the specs. I don't have a pointer, but if you look kind of in the middle of the map to the right, a little space that is kind of cleared next to the substation on the very far right hand side of the go to the right and slightly down, right there is the best. Next map. This is a closer up view of the best, so that you can see its relation to the substation to the east. And the next slide. This is a landscape plan. This is obviously very zoomed out, somewhat hard to see, but it does show their desire to include quite a bit of landscaping, especially along roadways, to provide some cover from viewing the solar arrays from the roadways and roads. Next slide. This is a haul route map showing their desired route for hauling. It would actually be down south. That's Maze Road, coming off of 42. But their alternative would be coming off South 1st Street from 42. Next slide. This is a map that shows kind of directions of the next few slides, or kind of visual analysis that they provided. It's a little complicated to decipher. It's helpful with the actual photos of the visual analysis that we provided, but it's still it works. It's just a little difficult to decipher if you don't know what to provide some context. Next slide. So this is the beginning of the visual analysis. I don't remember exactly which road this is. They're looking down, but obviously you have a residence to the left. The solar array would be on that tree line to the top left hand corner. Go to the next slide. We'll show you from the street what it would look like from in front of that dwelling. So because of the coverage there already, you can see on that bottom picture where they propose that's the solar array and the fence line, and so the existing vegetation would obscure that. Next slide. This is another viewpoint. You can see that the top picture is what it looks like currently, And the bottom picture is what they propose landscaping, solar array to be behind that landscaping. Next picture. Just another example of what's currently proposed. Next picture. And this one doesn't look terribly different. They do have solar array on the other side of this roadway with a ring fence. We didn't give every single visual analysis picture that they provided, which those are in the report. But we wanted to give a good idea of what it looks like with additional landscaping, no additional landscaping, but fencing and all the other ways that they are providing. Next slide. So this is an example of where existing vegetation occurs, but then there's a little bit of a break, so they have fence line. They are not proposing additional landscaping. Next picture. Another view of existing and proposed. Next picture. Again, solar array would be behind this vegetation line, so looks mainly the same. Next picture. Another situation where this existing vegetation is proposing more vegetation behind it. Next picture. This is along one of the right of ways, so they're proposing quite a substantial vegetation. Next picture. This is one where they're just showing fencing and no additional ones. Next picture. And then this is, they provided some updates to some landscaping. This was their latest submission. This is going to be looking down West 65th Street to the east. So next picture. You can see what it looks like currently and what they're proposing. Next picture. And this is Ridge Road, what's existing and what they're proposing. And I believe that's it. Yep. So, having said that, I can stand for any questions.
Brad, thank you. Bring it back to the commission. Are there any questions for Brad at this time? If not, sir, please sit down. Have your turn. For the commission right now. I have a few questions. You mentioned the BESS, which is the battery energy storage system. If that portion has not been approved yet, it's on hold, and you're asking us to approve additional use of that. So how can we do that? And it's not. I mean, to me, it seems like we're putting the cart, in front of that horse just a little bit.
Sure, not going for
Thank you, Chairman. Justin Wagon, County Counselor. To address your question, that's a moratorium in place where the county adopted was only forward-looking, both on traditionally how moratoria operate and also case law, just case law. Moratoria does not apply retroactively. In this case, the application was submitted before the moratorium became effective from the Board of County Commissioners. Now, saying that, I think it's important to note that you ask the applicant this question later is that doesn't mean that you have to approve the BESS if you would approve the SCCS. It also not mean you can't impose conditions if you would approve the BESS. I think you do have various options. It's not subject to that that's in place right now, Chairman. Any further questions on that?
Okay, so basically, we can approve conditional can be without the BESS portion, correct?
I think that's, as a legal matter, Chairman, that's correct, and I think that would be a fair question to ask the applicant as well. But I think that is permissible. There's nothing that takes away discretion on the BESS.
Thanks, sir. And also, Brad, the area of the acreage on it, the application shows 1,700 2 acres.
and 1,495 acres is gonna be the actual, site as far as setbacks and everything else. But if we make the approval on this, wouldn't all 1,700 acres fall that umbrella?
That's a great question. So we did realize that basically the application area is over that 1,500 acre threshold. And so we did reach out to the applicant to get confirmation about how that works. And basically, application area is over 1,500 square foot acreage allotment. However, the project area, they're taking out areas that are going to be included in easements, streams and wetlands, possible right of ways, they're there. So they did remove approximately 250 acres that are not included in the project area for one reason or another.
Okay. Any other commissioners have any questions? Commissioner Hyde?
Thank you, Brad. Question is, are there any other similar projects approved in the area?
This is the first one that's come across this body. There is another application for a very similar request that is coming in the future. It's already been scheduled actually.
You know the acreage?
I do not. I'll defer to Steph.
Thank you.
Yeah. Commissioner Osmond?
Question on the cases is the security fencing separate from the security fencing, those two distinct.
I would imagine that those are the same.
And does that contemplate fencing around the entire perimeter or having the fencing or expanding?
So if we go back to the site plan, specifically see, the requirement is for back to, if you'll give me a minute to find the right page. I've got several pages that look very much the same. Well, I can't find it right off, but there is a special regulation that regulates that the site shall be fenced by a security fence of 8 feet in height. I believe that if you look at the site shows that most of the fencing is going to be around the solar array, actual areas, and not completely around the project. But I do know that they are planning a 7-foot chain link fence with slats, with a foot of barbed wire on top of that. So regardless of if it's around the entire project area or just around the solar arrays, the solar arrays will certainly be fenced in. Other than the visual analysis that they provide is kind of an idea. And the director has
mentioning here, liability insurance is phrased as active liability insurance. Typically, we see limits required, and also who's the beneficiary for the liability insurance, is that the county?
I would defer on that question. Commissioner Austin, just my county counselor. In terms of the code requires the amounts that are already in terms of how much insurance there is, and it does say as determined by the appropriate body. Traditionally, in that case, I think you're correct, Commissioner Austin, that we would have the county should be insured on that. But I
don't have anything further on that. If you have any questions.
Well, it just seems like the county was. I didn't know if there was any thought process about enjoying property owners as part of that liability coverage or not. I would assume that there's some foreseeable possible claims by adjoining property owners. The recourse would be directly against the landlord through the county or whatever. So just a question. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Any additional questions from the commission? Commissioner Hyde? In your report, we talked about the environmental assessment. Area. Sorry. In the report, you talked about the environmental assessment. And that you think that hasn't been approved? Not approved.
So it was reviewed, it is, like I said, all aspects of the application have been found to be substantially compliant. Any application we receive may not be 100% finalized. So we do have certain situations where, especially in the conditional use, we might require some information, especially for a site plan or something like that. I am not sure if Susan here today. Okay. Yeah, Susan is mine to this question.
Good morning, Susan Irwin, Director of Environmental Resources for the county. It's essentially in compliance with our requirements. There are a few minor areas that I would look at along. One requirement, for example, is doing groundwater testing before anything's built in the area. And I would want the safety data sheets for all of the equipment being used, so I would determine what units should be tested. That testing will continue every 5 years, and then after decommission to make sure the groundwater is in the condition it was prior to. That's just one item. Another for environmental was using the non-glare solar panels, so that one, you're on a flight path to Eisenhower Airport, but also on the laboratory birds. And if they're not non-glare, birds flying over see the shimmering, come down thinking it's a lake, and there's a lot of dead birds in here. We also require planting of native plants, either on any bare ground. They have to have with the conservation district is required to review that material and what will be planted in. There's quite a bit in the environmental, whether it's groundwater quality, surface water quality, soil, and then my position has the right to test testing anytime during the development and after when it's done. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
So you mentioned the glare. So she mentioned the glare on the flight path has the FAA.
I will say now our airport has this comments.
I got a question. On the decommission plan, has that been fully approved, or is that just partial approved? It's closed.
Sure. So again, it's essentially compliant. There are some things that we need to tweak before it's completely approved, that will happen prior to construction.
I just think it's important that it's just my personal opinion that plan be approved before any conditional use can be applied. One of my concerns on that shows that the report that a lot of these items are recycled. But once they get to a point where it's not recycled, the plan is to landfill. Well, there's items in those panels that, my question on whether it's a safe practice for, to get rid of the bad panels. Same thing when it comes to the battery storage units. I don't want those things buried in landfill. I mean, I just think that's wrong. And I think there's other areas that we need to look at and address. You know, same thing with, when you're looking at, stormwater management. I think that plan, again, needs to be reviewed and approved. You know, there's certain things that we have to do that we have responsibility to do when we're doing plats and stuff. Subdivision, you know, subdivision. But the concept, to me, is still there. That hasn't changed, on that. You know, one of the things also that's stated in there, is that everybody is gonna have to be, revised, looked at. Well, my question is, who's gonna be doing, specific number of staff? That's gonna be doing that, qualified to do that, or they just, yeah, looks good. You know, I mean, there's got to be more than just having things on paper. That this is what we're gonna do, but if we don't have anything on the back end, to follow that up. And I think that's my last question for you right now. You know, counties are water usage is an issue. And I know initially you're thinking of water involved. Part of the maintenance process, cleaning process. So, and I don't know if you could answer, it's gonna have to be applicant out. But I want to know approximately, if you get an actual how much water use, that would be huge. To clean the panels and everything else. And where's that water?
So I think that's a great question for the applicant. As far as the other plans, mentioning otherwise, again, have a list in our attachments of all the plans that are, to be, reviewed and approved prior to construction. I think there's a list of 7, 8 or 9 plans. And so, when, you know, those plans are reviewed, they're not just reviewed by, you know, planning staff, they'll be reviewed by public works, fire department, environmental, all of those departments will take a look at those plans and determine if they are satisfactory. If they're not, then they have to come back to the drawing table and get it done and approved prior to construction. So I don't know if somebody else has anything on that. That's kind of the process that will be required going forward.
Thank you.
On the question regarding community impact assessment, the document states that the current value of taxes paid on the project area is $14,500 annually. But this project would then average $2.35 million annually of development. Did staff do an assessment if that land was developed with residential, what the taxes would be?
As far as my knowledge, we did not.
If I could, yes, sir. During the discussion and deliberations about the solar regulations themselves, so a number of weeks ago, there was a review of property tax generation for solar versus other land uses. We don't have that specific results of that available right this minute. My recollection is that they realized that because of the tax incentives that are provided for solar, that other land uses would have higher property taxes for a period of those tax incentives.
Does staff concur with the assessment by the applicant that it would generate $2.35 million annually in taxes, or is it tax exempt property?
Commissioner Fry, I'll answer the legal part of that question. There is an exemption under state laws, ASA 79-201-11, and that particular portion of the exemption statute says that for the first 10 years that it's in place, there's a 100% personal property tax incentive for solar. And then after that, the exemption is paid. That's like a state law.
what is the 2.35 million annually?
I would suggest asking the applicant that, less Scott, or that detailed, but I think that's a fair question.
Yeah, that's why I asked the staff to use the assessment.
And to this end, we have been in communication with Sedgwick County Finance, and I don't know that I have an answer for that question right now, but that's something we can work on getting that and supporting.
Well, the bench and public utility. Who has the final regulatory authority? Would that be Sedgwick County? Would that be state? Who's gonna be the big brother?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Will any of this be regulated by the KCC?
Chairman, just my so I'll chime in and make sure I'm answering your question you're asking. You're asking for the conditional use itself, who will be in charge of that if it would be adopted, for example.
No, the conditional use it, I don't count it, but, you know, as far as any utility Catherine,
Yes, and to that end, yeah, if it's being a utility regulation, that is the Kansas Corporation Commission, you're correct, Chairman.
any additional questions? Commissioner Wednesday?
Yes, I'd like to go back to the, faulty and damaged or defective equipment. Will that, it said it needs to be removed within 4 weeks. Is that going to be monitored or handled on a case, on a case complaint based?
Yes, good question. This really would be, almost like any other conditional use, situation where, we're not gonna go out there and police it, at least as a planning director or planning department or zoning department. However, we'll be open to complaint-based enforcement. There also will be some intermittent inspections, I would imagine, from public works or environmental, so that if they saw something, they could, have a split from the day, make sure that it's, as well.
Very well, I think that's a great question. I don't think it needs to be complaint basis. I can see the process for the inspections are scheduled to be done, are done. Matter of fact, I even like to have his plan, the commission have updates on that to see on that is not just, get things on paper, let it go, and expect it's gonna be, taken care of.
Yes, sir. Just wanted to add that, in the conditions, number 31, is for inspections, and it requires the applicant to allow county representatives and or employees access to the private and regular business hours, with 24-hour notice. Now, what you will not see though in the conditions, and if you should include this, some of this regular schedule of inspections. Every 2 years or whatever it may be. I don't know. Whatever frequency, I'm just inserting any kind of turnaround.
And also, just a question for now, going back to the insurance liability that was based on, the amount that shown, in my opinion, was pretty low. Is there a minimum, maximum that we can require with coverage, things like that? Probably the authority, that's what else, yeah.
Chairman, just my hearing, Councilor, were you talking, you said a large number, you got the $500 million number, is that the number you're referring to?
I am, I just got that absurd, that low, especially the 8%. And that standard, that is standard.
I believe that came from the amount that they were going to have insurance for their own solar equipment and other material on the project site, just for those. You know, obviously there's variables there. Chairman, I don't know that I can tell you what a appropriate number is. I suggest perhaps asking capital about that, but I also just kind of Scott other things that that's another bit on that. That had to do with insurance they were going to have on their own. But
Again, that might be a conversation from the county commissioners.
I will say that they did meet all the special regulations for the Metro insurance requirements. That 500 million was kind of what the applicant provided as far as an over the lifetime of the package that comes with having insured.
Okay, thank you. Any Commissioner Fry?
Thank you, Brad. One more follow-up. Portion Z, where it talks about the site and decommissioning planned life. It says the applicants have estimated planned life of the SECS would be approximately 40 years. Is the decommissioning years part of that 40, or is it 40 plus the decommissioning?
I think that would be a good question for that, and I'm guessing that that's the life of the project being active, and that once it gets into decommission, would not be active life. But perhaps the applicant will provide you.
Okay, any additional questions? Yes.
Yes, just a follow-up. Commissioner Pryor. Noted city development
Talked about the 82 million over the life of the life of the project. Do we have clarification what the life of the project is, whether it includes the decommissioning time or not? And we can ask the applicant on that just for clarity. The other thing is decommission contemplate an extended period of was removed. And what I mean, just to address any potential environmental issues, for example, strip mines in southeast Kansas, they often have restoration bonds that would go for a period after the cessation of operations. So I didn't know if there was some thought process like that for that decommissioning.
Can you clarify the question?
Well, it's just the decommissioning plans is potentially
one of the general concerns, obviously, is the environmental issues. I just want to make sure the decommissioning plan isn't tied to a time frame that may not be sufficient to address potential liabilities. So, for example, we have a closure plan where we have the mountain escrow to address any kind of contamination to the groundwater from our Brooks landfill, and that's, that landfill has been closed, but we have a fund because it's required by feds to help pay for those cleanup costs. But it's just that question about potential long-term environmental, how do we address that risk point?
That's a good question.
Commissioner Austin, really quick, and on that question, I think the appropriate for the code is about decommissioning plan was really at decommissioning the facility in place and all the plant packages. It's paragraph that didn't get into remediation, which was kind of what your question referred to. So at this point, I don't believe the plan addresses that. That's certainly that. Yeah.
Any additional questions?
Seeing none. Brad, thank you. HR applicant, please go over your name and your address. 10 minutes.
Yeah, hold on. Sorry, we have a stopwatch. Rookie has notes too.
We got it.
Okay, I gotta do the awkward tall guy, hold this thing to my mouth just like Brad did, but thank you everybody for attending the meeting today. Thank you as well to the planning department for their thorough review of the application and staff report that they put together. My name is Ethan Frazier. I'm the Associate Director of Permitting for Mission Clean Energy. I'm also joined here today by the project developer for this, Will Cortman, there, and our COO, Valentina Cabrera, sat next to him, as well as a contingency of our landowners that have been able to attend today. I'll have one of them speaking immediately afterwards. I'll cede a little bit of my time here at the end as well. What I'm planning on talking about today, as well as trying to hit as many of the questions that were just brought up that were deferred to us and answering any of the other ones that you bring up afterwards, is going to be why we're here and how we did citing. I'm going to talk a little bit about the history of how we arrived at the ordinances that I'm sure the MAPC members are familiar with, but maybe might be nice for the public to know. What we see as the purported benefits of our project, as well as, like I said, one of our landowners speaking there at the end. Next slide, please. We cite everything based on three main tenets that I think are pretty easy to understand. The first one being a utility scale need for energy reliability. The second one being availability of existing infrastructure. I won't spend too much time on this one just because, put simply, we're next to the substation. Being able to tie directly into the substation means that our project can come online cheaply and easily, which benefits ratepayers and consumers because the project is able to generate cheaper power under its contract. The last one is land availability, and I'll talk a little bit about the site conditions of the land currently and how we plan to address them as we work through the project. Next slide, please. As simply as I possibly could say, we are here because we do not have enough power. And that's true nationally. It's also true when we look to regions in Kansas specifically. I provided two graphs that really demonstrate this. The one on the right shows SPP, which is the overall grid operator that falls, that Kansas falls within. It's a grid network that effectively runs the power lines, utility infrastructure, everything like that across the entire Midwestern region, going from about the top of Texas all the way up to North Dakota. As you can see there on the graph, energy demand was stable for decades prior to a sharp uptick starting around 2015 and then continuing on for the foreseeable future, at least to 2050. The graph there on the left is a bit harder to see, but I really want you to focus on the red numbers that are located on the fifth space of each of those blocks. That represents the energy deficit for each year that Kansas utilities are operating. As you can see, even currently with the historical, we are already in a deficit of about a gigawatt of power. As you look further into the future, we are adding 2, 5, 6, 7 additional gigawatts, where if we have current generation, we are missing out on satisfying demand. This means we simply don't have enough power, and that means if we're getting new power, it's going to get expensive quick. I live in Kansas City, Missouri, and my bills have been going up every single year as a homeowner, and I'm sure people in Kansas are feeling that as well. It's pretty simple why it's happening and shown clearly here in these graphs. Something else that I think is really important for us to notice here is that we are a power generator. We are not a large power user like you would see with a lot of other industrial developments, namely the data centers that I know have been coming up a lot in conversations here. We provide power to the grid, helping lower or helping address demand by increasing supply. We do not make demand go up. We make our power more available and cheaper. Next slide, please. We cite here pretty simply, and we look at a lot of reasons why we're here in this specific area. I won't spend a ton of time because I think a lot of this was covered by Brad's presentation previously, and it's definitely included in the application. But in the land we're using, there are no listed species that we're expecting to be impacting. There are no impacts to waterways, including wetlands and specific habitats and unique habitats. There are no impacts to historic buildings or properties. We're using only less than 0.3% of the available farmland in the entirety of Sedgwick County. And additionally, there's no expectations for additional residential, commercial, or industrial growth. This was confirmed not only by the Wichita City Council, who recommended removing portions of their open growth area to allow for this application, but also was confirmed by the Board of County Commissioners, who approved that amendment to the urban growth area. The reason being, there's no plans to bring municipal services out to this area. Also, the use of this area as historic agriculture makes it easy to develop from us. This makes the project cheaper, which again goes back to cheaper power. The other one that I think is really important, particularly when we think about other projects coming to the area, is we are far away from most homes. There's no major subdivision in this area. We've also run a noise analysis and glare analysis showing that there's not going to be impacts to adjacent homeowners in the area near them. There's also Oxygen looking to the east, which dominates views and has historic contamination possible in parts of the area that would be evaluated through the testing required by the Environmental Health Department. Next slide, please. Also, sorry about talking really fast. I waited 10 minutes. For a bit of history here, it's probably refresh for a lot of people in MAPC who I saw as we were walking, following the Board of County Commissioners' request for additional ordinance recommendations. We started citing in 2022, and as we were going through working with landowners and negotiating contracts, there was a moratorium passed to allow solar projects, and to allow the MAPC time to review ordinance requirements, add additional requirements, and that was an extensive process. It included public comments, recommendations from such county and cities, citizen district advisory boards, and county staff and commissioners. Not only did that go through one vote that was approved with 13-1 vote, but after that, when the board of county commissioners got a chance to read through those application requirements, they brought in an outside consultant to further add additional restrictions. Put simply, there's a lot of regulations that we have to comply with, and we spent time seeing what those are, and they've gotten more and more strict. Which is just fine for us. We're compliant with those, and we include all of the plans, or at least draft of those plans that were mentioned before, like decommission. There's still finalization of that has to be done, which follows the general course of development, and we plan on doing that far in advance of the start of construction to allow for adequate review from the county. But noted that we do comply with all of our regulations, and there's been a lot of input to get to the ones that we have today that we're compliant with. The very last thing I'll mention relates to that UGA, which had previously restricted our project from coming in, and Wichita, like I said before, with Board of County Commissioners, removed portion of that UGA stating that our project was not going to encroach on formal development in the future. Next slide, please. So the very last thing I'll mention before I bring our landowner and open ourselves up to questions is kind of simply going over the benefits of the project. The first one is those utility grid benefits, hoping to stabilize or at least put some downward pressure on power prices as demand, not only in Sedgwick County, not only in Wichita, but across the entire Midwest and the region, is going to continue to increase. This helps support additional residential, commercial, industrial development by making power more available as well. The last thing that I wanted to touch on here relates to the tax revenue, where we heard some questions about it. We are aware of the 10-year tax abatement, and that is factored into our tax calculations. A lot of the reason that money stays up as high is because of that battery energy storage system project, which, while on a fraction of the land necessary for the solar project, generates almost an equivalent amount of tax revenue. So if the battery portion of the project continues, that tax estimate remains the same regardless of the 10-year abatement that is already considered within our projections. This decreases the overall tax burden for county residents and taxpayers, as well as benefits local schooling, local municipal services, and staff for the county. The last one, as maybe mentioned later, is that we are also generating jobs, construction jobs that are temporary, as well as supporting other jobs through a significant capital investment in the project. Next slide, please. At this point, I am going to turn the mic over to one of our landowners to speak a little bit more about what this means to him. So if you please stop our time for a brief second when I get up here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ethan. My name is Mark Burkham. We farm and live in the area. My address is 8431 West 47 South. That's at Clearwater, Kansas, right at the north side of this proposed area. I have a few statements. I just want to throw out some statistics on the landowner. We're all local. 13 landowners involved. 2 landowners are out of area. One of them, who I farm for, Charles Horner, and his family they own the parcel that the battery energy storage would be on. They chose to lease their property. It has been in their family since 1930. His grandfather owned it. They make frequent trips back to the area. We used to see him every year. It's been maybe every year and a half or so lately, but they have a very deep love for the area, and they are excited for this opportunity to keep it in their family. He has 2 sons. They hope to pass it on to them, so it could be in their family for many more generations. The other landowner who lives away is married teacher in Hayesville for years. When his wife passed away, he moved out of the area and started living with his daughter, following them around. The other 11 landowners, so basically I'll break it down. 15% of the landowners are out of the area, 85% are in the area, 75% actually are in the area and farm the ground. So personally, we're not leaving. We're not going anywhere. Our house is there. We have significant farm operation with shop and grain storage. We're not going anywhere. My house is going to be as close to this project as anyone. I'm kind of excited about it. The project kind of started back in 23. When Energy came out, they were wanting to site a project, a solar project in this similar area. Wanted to put it on roughly 900 acres that we own ourselves. Like we told them, this is not a kind of a project that one landowner is that to remain or okay, can I get okay.
We have time to hear from the applicant
application or applicant has, their comments and stuff. This gentleman would be classified still as under the agent or applicant, or should his time be allocated to it?
Chairman, I think it's best to count him as the agent or applicant. He is technically one of the applicants, and he's also subject to some portion, so I would consider there now, obviously, the question from you or the planning commissioners, there's also, rebuttal.
Thank you, Counselor, make sure.
Can I make one comment on the water usage?
Yeah, I give you 2 minutes.
Oh, okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so starting with Evergy, this obviously is a community project, so, started getting other neighbors involved. Most of the neighbors that were contacted, signed on for it, honestly. A couple who did not, either wanted the project all on their property or wanted more than everyone else was getting. The families, like I say, let me talk on the water aspect. So in our area, Oxy, Burgill, now Viterra Grain, Ebonic, all went in the 50s and 60s. That's where I grew up. I grew up looking at these. This is an industrial area. That kind of is kind of how our area is identified. You say where I live over by Gulfin or Oxy. Everybody knows where that is. Murray Gill generated a fraction of the power that this placement plant will have, a fraction of what this solar project could produce. But they had access, state granted access to 650 million gallons of water, 2,000 acre feet, to produce a fraction of the power that this will produce. And I'm guessing they'll probably use 20, 30 acre feet. He can answer that. So 650 million gallons is 2,000 acre feet. We're not going to use a fraction of that. All of Murray Gill's water belongs to Evergy, or belongs to the state. They're granted right to use it. It's in a conservation bank. They're not going to lose it. It's not being used. And then a portion of this also is irrigated. So I think their project's not even going to use 25% of what the irrigated portion of this project that will no longer be irrigated, would you think? And just as a farmer, I just want to make comments. You know, we buy our fertilizer 2 years prior to even selling the crop that we use to raise it. So we take a long-term view. All right. This is something that I think could benefit the community. You look at all the good things that have gone on. You know, we've got biomedical campus, National Center for Education Training, Innovation Campus. Let's not let a lack of power generation, you know, hamper what we can achieve here. Thank you and appreciate your support.
Thank you. Any questions for
Pardon me. I have a question regarding the taxes on this that was discussed earlier. And I understand the first offers of tax would be for anything above ground. This will be 10 years. What taxes will be paid during that time? Will the real estate taxes actually be paid during that time? And is that, you know, what those consist of?
Yeah, I'll defer to the developer. He knows the little dollars and cents of this project a bit better. So here you go, Will.
Thank you, Commissioner. Nice to meet you all. I'm Will Corbin, the project developer here. During that 10-year period, only the personal property for the solar system will be abated. And so again, all the personal property related to the battery storage facility will be fully taxed, as will the real property for the land that we will consent the project.
Do you know if that will be taxed at the rate of agriculture or commercial?
I believe we will no longer have the agricultural exemption there. We have a full tax model we ran with a third-party CPA that we can dig in, find more information for you after this if you'd like.
Thank you.
Not at all. There's no data center partner for the project, no data center involvement with the project, no data center component of the project, and also reflected in that graph, the increases in demand are not 100% tied to data center growth. It's only a portion of that demand. So even if no data centers in the area were to be constructed, we still anticipate the power demand to continue to increase, albeit at a slower rate. But still, the same problem arises that we are not building enough generation to satisfy expected demand.
And I'll just add on that we've been in this community for several years, preceding any data center development or proposed development that's been brought to the county.
Any additional questions? Yes, Commissioner Austin.
One quick question on your graph on the
Also mentioned expected life.
expected life.
Maybe you mentioned it, maybe I missed it, but can you clarify what the expected service life is of the facility?
Yeah, and I'll also, if you don't mind, kind of address some of those decommissioning comments that we received before, just decided to have the 10 minutes to get through it. Yeah, so in terms of the project life, we estimate these solar projects to be set at that 40-year lifespan. The reason that 40 years exists is not because of the kind of deficiency of the equipment or the degradation of the ability to generate power. That's what our contracts with the utility are signed for. So that's what represents that 40 years. That does not include decommissioning time. However, there are regulations and requirements for the time we can take for that decommissioning that is outlined with the decommissioning plan. Something else that I think is really important to mention that came up regarding the contamination remediation discussion is, first and foremost, we don't see any evidence that the project would lead to any sort of contamination remediation. However, you don't have to take our word for that. The county requirements necessitate that there's that 5-year annual inspection of soil and groundwater that Susan was talking about from the Environmental Health Department before. So if there's any time during any portion of the project, even including construction, where there is some sort of issue that's noted, we have responsibility and are liable for the cleanup remediation of that in a timely manner as necessitated by local, state, and federal laws and regulations for that. So it's not included within that time frame, but is something that we would do if necessary. We just don't see any evidence that it would be at this point.
I appreciate you asking about the decommission. Anyway, you mentioned there in respondents, there are some regulations that oversee or govern this federal or the tax rates.
So the decommissioning is regulated locally as part of those conditional use permit requirements. There's also liability requirements through federal, it's RCRA or CERCLA. I don't remember exactly the kind of cleanup and remediation law off the top of my head, but it's one of those two. I think the other thing that's really important here is to even add another layer of redundancy on that, is that our contracts and the lease agreements are also written with that same decommissioning language. And as Mark said during his conversation, we are planning on and will expect to be able to return the land in a usable form back to the people that have signed on to the lease agreement. So it's a requirement in our contracts.
And maybe more in the comments of staff that we've got follow-up questions. Just on that 20-year term, I mean, at times the conditions
So I didn't know if there was some contemplation about tying this to the 30-year term. If they wanted to extend it, they would have to come in and ask for an extension. But just question for staff, appropriate.
One follow-up question to the
potential for
environmental damage. Keep seeing that can you talk a little bit about that, about the panels and sort of concern about maybe synthetic stuff? Storm went through Springfield, Missouri last night, just bars and stuff. So can you talk about that kind of scenario? How we can talk about this?
Yeah, of course. I'm definitely familiar with the weather in this area. I've lived in the Midwest my whole life, and I've kind of suffered through some of the storms and severe weather we've been having lately. So this is something that's definitely top of mind for all solar panel manufacturers. And currently, we see that the panels themselves are very resistant to hail. We toured a facility with Next Tracker, is one of kind of the leading solar panel and solar tracker developers, and they said that they've had hailstorm and conditions in the Arctic as well as hurricane situations that have panels be untouched. Now, Another thing that kind of ties to that I think is really important to mention that might not be fully appreciated by some of the people in this room is that our panels are set on trackers that will follow the sun over the course of the day to make sure they're running as efficiently as possible. Something else that those trackers allow us to do instead of just following the sun is be able to set up stow angles and fix those panels with, you know, either directly up or more horizontal to be able to combat some of those hailstorm events. So if we're getting, you know, sideways hail with really extreme wind events, we can arrange that to be able to have more glancing blows so you're not hitting kind of solar panels flat with hail. This is a really, really common concept that is starting to take over a lot of the industry, and it also addresses a lot of other severe weather that's not even hail related. So extreme wind events is something else that we definitely get in this area, and tornadoes. Now, if something touches down in the middle of the facility, not much we can do that is similar to a home. However, in normal severe wind shear, things like that, those panels can again be laid out to where the impact is mitigated to where everything in the equipment is safe. So while we are aware of the potential issues for severe weather, we don't believe that with the technology we have, this should be an issue. And the very last thing I'll say on it to kind of tie a bow on it is that insurance piece that was brought up before. This project's not getting built if it doesn't have insurance. No one will write a financing contract for something of this expenditure without having really robust insurance that will cover the entirety of the facility, as well as requirements like the decommissioning code to actually make those repairs and those modifications to replace panels in a timely manner as well. It's also something that we have to comply with for our contracts, where if we're not generating the amount of power that we're saying we're supposed to, we start getting penalized for it. So there's a lot of layers of redundancy that go into us addressing severe storm events, and even if we are impacted, we have ways to cover that on the tail end.
Clarify also the one that my question is on the use of hazardous materials to the extent that the crop moved out of them.
Yeah.
What that? Is there toxins released? And if there is, how do you guys mitigate that risk?
Yes, so the solar panels that we'd be using would be polycrystalline silica panels. These are industry standard. I think at this point about 95+% of solar projects use these. And one of the main reasons that these solar panels are becoming so well used and so widely used is because not only is the cost of them rapidly decreasing, which is one of the reasons they're attractive to utility rate makers, but to your point, they are also almost entirely made of glass and steel. About 70 or so % of those panels is just normal glass. You grind it up, you know, glass becomes sand eventually at some point. The metal could be harvested and recycled, and there's only any sort of hazards, if you want to term it that, in soldering for the lead of pieces of it. However, one solar panel contains about the equivalent of one buckshot. So if you are having a scenario, really any sort of severe weather scenario, there's nothing that would happen to those solar panels that would contribute to significant degradation of the ground. Again, to contamination, it's just not a risk that we see as being, you know, expected, likely, going to happen, anything like that.
Can you tell us a little bit about your key equipment for reliability metrics?
Could you rephrase it? Sorry.
So, tell us about your key equipment reliability process. For instance, like how often it's inspected, they get replaced regardless of any type of failure.
Yeah, so I don't know offhand, you know, exactly if the inspections for the project is every 2 weeks, every month, every 2 months. However, what I can say, and this goes back to the contractual obligations, is that we are able to see through the power pole that we have connected to the equipment, you know, daily if there's going to be issues with any specific panels. And we have every incentive to be able to comply with our contract to make sure that any fixes that is necessary for any of the equipment, inverters, transformers, panels themselves, issues with battery storage facilities are fixed in a prompt manner, because any significant degradation of the project lowers the overall capacity we're generating and puts us out of compliance with our contract. This is also something, and sorry to jump back in, this is also something that will be hammered out between now and the start of construction. Something that'll happen kind of going over through the course of development is that we will go through financing of the project, pick a large engineering and construction partner, likely a major firm like a Black & Veatch, a Jacobs, a Kiewit, one of those, and they will bring a lot of their own expertise in engineering to this that dictates exactly, who will be on site during construction, and then also how operation and maintenance of the equipment will work. So.
Also, just to add on, throughout project life, there will be 24/7 remote monitoring of these systems, as well as scheduled maintenance. Again, the exact frequency of that is yet to be determined, but we will be able to monitor in real time, virtually, and also in person at a regular interval. If any of this equipment needs to be replaced, we'll do so expediently. I think that will be determined upon closure.
Yeah, I don't know offhand. Sorry.
I'm keen to look at it. Who are your customers? Will you be selling this to everybody, or how does this all work?
Yeah, so in Kansas, at least as it stands currently, we are not able to sell to private consumers, so Evergy would be the expected purchaser of the power at this point. There are some discussions currently in the Kansas State Legislature to amend that to allow for more future kind of payment or contractual structures, but Evergy is the expected offtake for this power, and this kind of goes to, why don't we have that contract already? We have 2 years expected before the start of construction as part of our interconnection process and being studied. So over that time period, that would be where final contractual obligations would happen. We'd go through final financing. We'd also do that engineering firm selection, as well as hammering out all of those plans that will be submitted, reviewed by the county, and then approved after any sort of comments, edits, or work is necessary.
You mentioned earlier that you were able to produce energy cheaper. If you sell to Evergy, then there's no guarantee that that's going to come back and be a reduction for us.
This is, you're 100% right. And it's one of the kind of common, I guess, not criticism, but one of the common issues that our current utility structure has. We can say confidently that we can generate power cheaper than basically, you can see on the chart, any other form of generation. Evergy, as was shown in the slides that we had previously, is in desperate need, just like every utility is across the country, of more power generation infrastructure. We could say that our power we generate is cheaper. It does, though, rely on the utilities to be able to reflect that in people's power bills. So what we tend to say, and this kind of goes back to me mentioning downward pressure, as opposed to guaranteeing that we can lower prices, is that as we currently sit, if demand continues to increase like it's supposed to, and supply stays stable or doesn't meet that demand, we're seeing significant power price spikes. And I think Kansas even recently, in the last 3 or 4 years, has increased rates 6 or 7 times. We should be one of the reasons to at least delay some of those spikes or bring them down to a more manageable level so people aren't seeing 9% increases in their power bills like I see in my part of the country.
Okay, right?
2 years from now, in 2028.
Question as far as transmission lines and equipment and stuff like that run through Evergy. They're in business with us, even though they asked to make a profit. So you have to tear that's been put on their equipment. Are you going to be responsible for that? Because otherwise, my fears are that the consumers end up eating that cost.
Yeah, this is actually one of the reasons why private development of utility infrastructure in America is a thing across a lot of the country. Specifically with that substation Murray Gill that we're tying into, if there's any sort of increased upgrades, transmission line fixes, anything like that, to your point, that would need to be fixed to allow for our project, we as private developers are on the hook for that and not ratepayers. This would be different than if Evergy was just to construct a new transmission line or substation, where taxpayers would have to be footing more of that bill. Not to say again that some level of investment for substation upkeep and management, just like happens currently, would, be part of the project. However, any of the major upgrades that are required, we have to pay for both at the substation itself.
As well as any impacts to transmission lines in the area. It's one of the main things that's
looked at when we go through what we call the interconnection queue, that Evergy and SPP and all of the utilities look through and determine, is there $5 million of impact? Is there $25 million of impact? And then we pay that. Or I guess other developers, it's kind of allocated based on impact.
Because if you're receiving such any time financial to the state of Kansas, I just don't think that the consumer should remember any of your development costs. And when do you consider construction has started with groundwork or?
Yeah, so initial site preparation for us would be any sort of groundwork that's necessary. Thankfully, in this area, like I mentioned in the presentation, there's not a significant amount of that necessary because all of it at this point has been pretty well maintained by the people that have been farming it for decades now. So we don't anticipate much significant groundwork as demonstrated in the grading plan we provided with an application. But that would be where we would start. And then from there, the solar panels go to pile driving, and the best facility portion would go to kind of foundation laying for those containers.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Commissioner,
Since we're gonna be discussing data centers at some point in time, I know, I tell you, since we will be talking about it, is there any chance for joint ventures between solar fields on top of data center, cut down land usage?
I guess hypothetically, sure. Our project currently doesn't contemplate this, nor would we even be allowed to do so because of the moratorium the county has in place now. So I think for our stance on data center involvement is we're not involved at all. However, if they were to be coming to be where we would look to the county and their ordinance writing process, very similar to that kind of process that I outlined for the solar ordinances.
And I'll just add that it's current Kansas state law that we're not allowed even legally to sell power directly to a data center, so we will be selling power to the public grid through Evergy.
I'm just talking about cutting down land.
Any additional questions? Mr. Klaus?
Was the entire project area of the 1702 acres submitted for the environmental study, or was it just the application amount?
So the entirety of the boundary of the parcels was what we included in all of the studies that we did. So the wetland delineation, species surveys, things like that covered the entirety. However, in terms of kind of assessment of impacts, we only looked at the area that would actually be developed, which would be that 1490, if you look at the project area, the 1495 acreage amount, if we're including those transmission line easements. So since we're seeing that no development is going to occur on the parcels that are outside of the 1490 we're using, we didn't do an analysis of impacts necessarily, but we do have an understanding of what the conditions are on those portions of the site.
Any additional questions? Seeing none, Dr. Waito, did you have a response to Commissioner Osler's question?
Yes, sir. So the question was, whether or not a conditional use is approved can be limited to a certain amount of time. So we see this sometimes with, mineral extraction, something like that, where we return them so many years, and then the conditional use will expire, and then there's an opportunity for the applicant to reapply, extend that. Sometimes this process is included in that, where there would be extensions administratively. So there's different ways they can go. This one in staff recommendation does not include time limit for the conditional use. However, certainly that is something included.
Thank you, Director. Okay, there's no additional questions or comments from the commission. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Be opening this up to public comment. And I do want to emphasize that you have 3 minutes. And please do not repeat yourselves. A whole lot of people here, and I mean a lot to say. But stick to
commit to something new. And please be respectful. We still have a job that we're trying to do here and please be respectful. So having said that, if there's anyone that would like to speak on this matter, please come to the podium, state your name and your address for our records, please. And you may have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Jake Kingsley. I live at 9617 West Wilkinson Court in Mays. There are a number of reasons you'll hear today as to why industrial solar in Sedgwick County is not a good idea, and these include environmental concerns, possible financial impact on taxpayers, the fact that other local governments and state government have already said no to solar farms. There's another fact that you may or may not be aware of. The applicant for the construction of this industrial solar farm is heavily invested by a foreign entity. Per the Vision Clean Energy.com website, the investors section refers to 2 companies, Orsted and Wafra, as strategic investors. The major stockholder of Orsted is the Danish government. Wafra, while based in New York, is owned by the public institutions for Service Kuwait. Mission Clean Energy also confirmed this at their open house last November. So please be aware that many citizens of the county, along with a number of hardworking Americans, have become very concerned about the involvement of foreign companies who are currently on their land and how they might benefit from it. Keep this in mind as part of our decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker.
Next speaker.
Please
State your name and address.
Good morning, and please bear with me. I'm losing my voice. My name is Lindsay Hamilton. I live at 11409 West Lotus Street, Wichita, Kansas. I'm a program director at the Climate Energy Project. We're a nonprofit working across the state of Kansas, but I actually asked my boss if I could be excused from speaking here today on behalf of my organization, because I actually live in the district where the project is coming. And I would like to speak to you as a lifelong Kansan and who's been resident of South Sedgwick County for over 3 decades. And as I said, a resident in the 2nd district where the project area sits. Also, as a mother of 5 kids whose future is the most important thing in my life and will take place in Sedgwick County. And I'm here in full support of the solar and battery project. At a time when our residents are feeling financially squeezed on all sides, our leaders have been looking for ways to decrease property taxes. Our friends and neighbors are voting against school bonds because they simply can't afford them. And a significant increase in tax revenue would be a welcome relief to our county and local school districts, helping to ensure that our children can be educated for lifelong success and have the community that they deserve that's funded. With the global unrest and volatility in world energy markets, solar and battery represent an important backstop to the increasing energy costs as fuel imports continue to skyrocket in price as a result of geopolitical forces. Solar and battery also help to stabilize our grid, making sure that people have access to the power they need when they need it, and that people will still be able to afford it. More importantly, solar and battery are safe power for our families. Our kids are currently breathing air that has been given a grade of C by the American Lung Association, when my children deserve to breathe A+ quality air. Most forms of power generation currently produce air pollution, but solar and battery do not produce any air pollution to generate power. This will protect the health of our children's future. The MAPC and County Commission worked very hard and did their due diligence and research to create regulations and safeguards for solar projects in Sedgwick County. So I'll spare you all of the technical details that I could provide you on solar and battery as a technical and expert witness. But what I will say is this project meets the guidelines that were carefully crafted by the MAPC and the County Commission. I'm confident that this project is right for our county, Sedgwick County. I encourage you to vote to improve the conditional use permit because Sedgwick County families deserve clean and reliable power. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Morning. My name is George Palmer. I reside at 7101 South 101st Street West of Clearwater. I am speaking against this application. Zoning codes have standards that must be considered for zoning cases. Contrary to the staff report, this application does not comply with UCZ and does not specify that it does meet the criteria laid out in the code. Specifically, The relative gain to the public health, safety, and welfare as compared to the loss in value or the hardship imposed on the applicant. The applicant property owners will not suffer loss in value if the application is denied. While they may lose immediate lease payments, their property will still be able to be used for agriculture. If the land is developed as residential subdivisions in the future, they will receive very large payments for their land. The solar company will not suffer any loss or hardship. There are more suitable areas for this type of development. Application states that there is a benefit to the county, both economic and gain of additional electricity. Both of these claims are incorrect. The county will suffer economic losses, especially during the first 10 years. The fact that the majority of the new property in the application is tax exempt puts an enormous burden on public health, safety, and welfare. The additional burden on law enforcement and fire district alone should be enough to deny this application. A portion of the application area is in floodplain and wetlands. The application states that they will mitigate some of these issues, but do not have the details on how they will do that. The report basically says there is little or no mitigation is needed to address the negative impacts from this development. The claim that this provides needed additional energy is also false. There is no shortage of electricity in this region. It is likely that this project will send the majority of power to other regions. This does not provide any benefit to the public welfare of Sedgwick County. Experts have differing opinions on whether there are leaching concerns from damaged panels. However, there is no difference in opinion on whether the glass panels can survive large hailstorms or those that are prevalent in this campus. They cannot survive these weather events. Once these panels are damaged by these types of storms, they can have adverse effects on the surface. Since nearly every hailstorm or tornado is accompanied by rain, there is no doubt these can have an impact on the public health as runoff or leaching. While some panels are safer than others, they all contain varying amounts of heavy metals that are hazardous to health. There are no positives for Sedgwick County, and many negative impacts on public health, safety, and welfare. Just my last comment is, solar is not cheaper, clean, reliable, and it does not balance the grid. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lesson, this is one second.
Thanks for your time. Next speaker, please, some information.
Yeah.
And we'll distribute it.
Just hand it to, there you go, thank you.
Next speaker, please, please state your names. And you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Mark Gray. 6842 East Odessa, in Bel Air. Been a Sedgwick County resident for off and on for 20 years and off and on before that. 9 kids, 37 grandkids, family is a big thing. One of my family is here and married, surrounded by the solar panels, so we're personally involved. But I wanted to just bring a question to the floor that I had sent the commission previously in an email because I agree tremendous need for energy, and everything I see that it's going to escalate exponentially. And while I appreciate the solar is a nice source of energy, I think it will need to address the need for us. I'm not a prophet. I mean, I endeavor like gentlemen, I'm sure ladies would make investments. I made a good investment in NVIDIA. I wish I'd invested a lot more. It's doing really well in the market. But we do have to project, and that's what you're here for. And it seems to me that the future of power generation, it's not going to be wind, it's not going to be solar, it's not even going to be fossil fuels, it is going to be nuclear because, like it or not, our world is in this heavy competition for artificial intelligence and data centers and things of that sort are continuing to drive the need. We're going to need way more than what this project represents. I appreciate the help. We're going to need all the help we can get. But basically, I would prefer to see it in the direction that I believe
reality is telling us that advanced nations are going to thorium and nuclear. And so basically, I'm not in favor of this. I think we could do a whole lot better in other directions. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Casey Marvin, and I live at 9212 West 47th Street South. As a third generation, with my children being the fourth generation to live on a property at 47th and Tyler, I am highly opposed to the passing of this application. The planning commission is to consider the golden rules that are set out as standards for conditional uses. Contrary to the staff report, this application does not comply with the golden rules and does not specify how it does meet those criteria within the code. Focusing specifically on the impact of the proposed development on community facilities. The proposed development will have major negative impact on community facilities. One major concern is that Tyler, Mays, and 119 are all gravel roads. As stated in the application, the developer plans to run hundreds of vehicles over these roads during construction. These roads will suffer major damage from the amount of traffic and cause high amounts of dust in the air. While the application notes the developer will maintain, repair, damage to the roadways, it does not specify the extent of repairs or the timeline. The application also notes that dust conditions will be controlled by watering the roads. With the Kansas weather, this is not a realistic plan. Any plan of repairs, mitigation not handled on a daily basis causes potential safety issues for residents and school district buses that travel those roads on a regular basis. Furthermore, the development could require significant fire protection and law enforcement during construction and continue once completed. This area is serviced by the Fire County District, which already has limited resources. The BESS system could require major fire support if there were to be an issue. The County Commission has determined to not have enough information regarding the impacts of BESS in the area. With the developer paying minimal county taxes for 10 years, that means that during this time, the cost of additional fire and law enforcement will fall on county residents and the fire district. Townships in this area are already operating on very limited budgets. The development will also have major drainage issues to solve. The monitoring of the drainage as well as the compliance with the regulations and conditions of the conditional use permit will fall on the county staff. Since the development will have the tax exemptions, they will not pay for most of its monitoring. Again, causing major hardship to the county and local townships. For the safety and quality of life that many of us have come to know and love about living in rural Sedgwick County, I ask that you not move forward with this application. I'll leave my speech here for public record.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you please refrain from any clapping or comments
until we get through the
process,
greatly
appreciated.
And then also, speakers, please address all your comments to the commission. So please state your name and
good morning. Good morning. Thank you. My name is Dennis Woods, and I reside at 5201 South 19th Street West, immediately on the western boundary of this project. I'm here this morning to speak in opposition to this application. This land is located in zone family 20 of rural residential, therefore looking for a conditional use permit. It also subjects this application in its entirety to the Unified Zoning Code with specific criteria that must be met in order to determine whether a zoning amendment is reasonable. I'll be covering UCC number 3, which states to the extent to which removal restrictions will detrimentally affect nearby property. And contrary to the staff report, the applicant does not meet Unified Zoning Code criteria. They say that there's not any detrimental impact, but the correspondence to some of the neighbors speaks to the contrary. In the Michigan Energy Project Cooperation Agreement offered to some property owners, it states, the owner understands that construction operation of the project may have some impact, including visual impact and noise on owner and owner's use of property. I'll be leaving the copy of this language for the record. The applicant, in other words, offers gas cities to mitigate visual noise and use impact. Some nearby owners do not feel this goes far enough. One of the big ones that I keep hearing about is loss of rural quality of life, and their life is under siege. The applicant admits there's additional traffic and dust levels, but keep in mind that nearly every area in this project area and surrounding areas use well water, which if there is a leachate because of a catastrophic event, it could cause and render these wells unused. They claim that they'll be screening, but they're only operating chain link fence and minimal landscape. I also want to share with you a comment made by Mr. Frazier, the public information email some months ago. He was asked by a member of the audience if he'd like to live next to a solar or installation. He paused for a moment, and he said no, he would not, but he could probably be all right with it. I believe in free market enterprise. I believe in landowner rights as long as they're not responsible. And my problem here is not being responsible. In the MC project that was approved, which is the first in size and magnitude for this company, I believe it will enrich a few, meaning the landowners who are leasing and or selling at the expense of many who are nearby property owners. Therefore, I strongly oppose this application.
I know your time, but I appreciate, future speakers, if you can add anything new, we have one we heard, I appreciate the outline of you tonight.
I would like to speak on this matter. Okay, sir, your sign first down.
My name is Kevin Jacks. I'm at 9950 West 71st Street South, Clearwater. I farm land adjacent to this project, some of which will be surrounded on three sides by it. The land in the proposed solar project surrounding the area that is currently being used for agricultural production is exceptional quality farm ground. The property is suitable for its use that has already been restricted to. It is made up primarily of silt, loam, and silty clay loam with a flat 1 to 2% slope. These are deep flow with good production potential. They're located in an exceptional part of our county, far enough east to receive the climate Wichita lies on the dividing line, being the prairie to the east and the Great Plains to the west. The east rainfall becomes more plentiful, while soils there are more shallow and rocky. To the west it is drier and lighter soil. The farms in our area also have the advantage of being just a few miles from the Bundy terminal elevator where grains are loaded on unit trains and not nearby farms to eliminate one more middleman and capture premium prices on their production. It is our fear that should total solar facility be allowed to proceed, it will not only impact the land it occupies, but the farms it borders and in some cases nearly surrounds. Like the information meeting, petition provided, indicated 30% of solar energy will be converted to electricity, and the remaining 70% will be absorbed as heat. This is anticipated with surrounding atmosphere, meaning our Kansas wind will absorb the heat and carry it away. Heated air will blow into neighboring fields and affect the growing conditions. Pollination and grain fill of our crops are greatly affected by temperature, often just by a few additional degrees. The additional conversion of this land from agriculture to solar facility will increase both the quantity and speed at which rainwater runoff will occur, causing adjacent property to be harmed by erosion. Even if they change the plan and add containment ponds to slow runoff, there will still be an increase in the length of time the property adjoining will be too wet to be farmed. It will also add to the potential for downstream flooding. This will all have a detrimental effect on nearby property. Should the contaminated ponds would also lie in, if they put contamination ponds, containment ponds in, they would lie in the flight path of ICT, propose a threat of bird strikes. Should this site be allowed to go forward, it will not only harm the current agriculture use, but greatly limit the future potential residential development of not only the adjacent land, but also the land that lies to the south of it. The proposed land will create a barrier running 3.5 miles from 119th on the west to 1.5 miles east of Ridge Road on the east. From there, the development is already blocked all the way to the Big Ditch by land acquired by the chemical plant used to service and groundwater contamination, stretching it in total of 5 miles. At Mains Road, city water and sewer has already reached within around 1 mile to the north of this site. Continue south, services would be forced to leapfrog over this site. That is, if proximity to the site doesn't already sour the development. Ironically, this is one of the
if you have information from the commission, please give it to staff and then we'll pass it out. Next speaker is, please, if you have anything to add, we want to try to limit the repetition here. So please state your name, please.
My name is Malalani Yanis, 2704 Golden Log Road, North Newton, Kansas. Mailing address P.O. Box 164, Newton, Kansas. Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you for letting us make comments. Yes. Is that better?
Is that better?
There we go.
As a matter of transparency, I'm a transplant from Hawaii and
Kansas since 2019. I
fell in love with the beauty of this place immediately. I live in another county, but I have family and friends that I care deeply about the Sedgwick County. I have concern over pollution in the air. When I come in and see on the horizon, air is worse than what Los Angeles did 4 years.
So I just have three reasons.
One, we need clean energy. Please approve this project. Two, this provides a safety net for farmers that are constantly impacted by weather-related crop loss. Three, this project will prevent farmers from having to sell off their lands and plots, and prevent overcrowded development. It will help to maintain the open space that makes Kansas a wonderful place to live and which I thank you. And aloha.
And thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Next speaker, we have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Commission. I'm speaking against this application.
Please state your name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that, didn't I? I am Beverly McKibben. I reside at 8026 West 47th Street South. With all due respect to the staff, I don't understand how we can recommend approval based on your criteria for approval. Therefore, the area we get to live in dust, and we've talked about this, and I'm not going to go over that. There is also very little in the conditions to mitigate the visual impact. We've talked about the chain link fence and the landscaping. And we also need to consider that visitors coming into Wichita, this is in a direct flight airplane plan. We go right over this area. The staff report states that the public gain is there will be electricity for someone somewhere. That doesn't show any gain to the public safety or welfare of Sedgwick County. Finally, they claim it's only temporary. However, the project will be there for many years. The impact will not go away. Let me remind you, the majority of the project is tax exempt, so the community will be paying for this project for the first 10 years. Based on your criteria for approval and based on the staff's own analysis of these criteria, this should be denied. I ask you to deny this application based on your criteria. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, much appreciated. Next speaker. And again, if you have new comments, much appreciated.
Good morning. My name is Jason Casey. I reside at 11311 West 55th Street South, Clearwater. My wife and I are writing expensive opposition to the proposed solar energy project. Our property is surrounded on all 4 sides by the same site. This project represents a significant detriment to our family and the quality of life. Mission Clean Energy has been contacting us repeatedly with buyout offers that increase over time. The initial offer was significantly lower than our purchase price 5 years ago. We have not received an offer that equally is the value of the property.
Well, we've been told that not wanting in our backyard is not the only valid reason for opposition. We've heard from multiple speakers that this does not provide a rule for approval or conditions of use in Sedgwick County. The project encompasses our entire perimeter, meaning we'll lose the ability to ensure the sunrise, sunsets, and surrounding agricultural landscape. We ask that you consider the personal impact of this application and act how you would feel in one position.
Mr. McCaskey, what's your address again?
113, 111, West 55th Street South, Clearwater. It's that, see that square right there on the, just that little square right there, that's Harvey.
Thank you.
Is it? Wait. Thanks. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to at this time. My name is Sharon Ward, and I reside at 10625 South 100th Street West in Clearwater, Kansas, which is in Sedgwick County. And I have been in Sedgwick County off and on for 73 years. And I lived away in Delaware and have already went through this process of watching how solar facilities are put in and how it does not benefit the residents there at all, other than your electric will increase over a certain period of time. I am speaking today against the application because of the criteria set out in section B, C, point 8 of the Unified Zoning Code. The application does not comply with the UCC and does not specify how it does meet the standards. Specifically, the length of time the subject property has remained vacant as zoned. The parcels are not vacant. They are either developed with houses, used as agricultural, or both, which I did see that the staff agrees with this. The conformance of the requested change to the adopted or recognized competency or other plans and policies being utilized by the Clearwater County. The community investment plans, which is the comprehensive plan which is held by Sedgwick County, calls for this area to be residential or agricultural. The growth plan, and if you see the map in the comprehensive plan dated 2015 through 2035, does not show any commercial or industrial development for this area. The policy of the county does allow a conditional use permit for solar systems in the county. However, this does not override the comprehensive plan that calls for this area to be residential or agricultural. So I asked the commission to go back and look at that to make sure it's revised. And if I'm missing a revision somewhere, then forget it. But as a resident, and living rural, our biggest concern is groundwater, that is our life water. And I have seen contamination from these types of fields, and it's hard enough for public systems to accommodate it, so please take into consideration our groundwater, because it is the most vital, not only for our farmers and growth, but also for drinking water and living. So I appreciate your time, and I'd like to leave this to the commission. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Mary Grogan, and I reside at 5627 South Tyler Road in Clearwater. I'm speaking against the application because it does not meet the criteria set out in the zoning code and does not specify why it does. The staff cites these two conditions, but even the staff did not state the application meets these criteria. Specifically in the Golden Rules, zoning code uses and character of the neighborhood is rural uses and residential. The area enjoys the quietness of the rural setting. There is no industrial zoning or uses near most of the application, with the exception of a few parcels in the east part of the application area. There is no nearby zoning that is not residential. Many of the parcels are 1 1/2 to 2 miles from any zoning that is not residential. The introduction of the industrial use of the through the conditional use permit is not within the zoning use or character of the neighborhood. The size of the application area for an industrial use will totally change this character of this area for many years into the future. The suitability of the subject property for the use to which it has been restricted, the property is zoned single family 20 and rural residential. These are residences and agricultural uses on the subject property. These properties are suitable for the current uses. The ground is excellent for farming. The properties are also suitable for development, for housing development in the future, which would be allowed in the single family 20. Also, few notes, the staff report that Brad spoke up with seemed like there was all pros and no cons in any of that. I think that is terrible. And also, you're talking about berms to be planted, are the trees gonna start out this high, or are you gonna put them at 10 feet, so we don't have to look at this birds again? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Please, the next speaker and all the other speakers, please add any comments if possible. Be much appreciated. Sure you have 3 minutes, please state your name.
My name is Steve Howerton, my address is 8019 South Meridian, and I'm addressing the best portion. Battery and storage systems or BESS are being rapidly introduced across the country, but in Kansas and specifically Sedgwick County, the regulatory structure is still catching up. At the state level, Kansas does not have a comprehensive set of laws specifically governing large-scale battery storage. While the Kansas Corporation Commission oversees utilities and grid connections, it has not established detailed safety or siting standards for lithium-ion battery systems. This leaves major gaps in areas like fire prevention, environmental protection, and long-term system accountability. At the local level, Sedgwick County currently has no standalone BESS regulation. Instead, battery systems are often grouped into solar projects reviewed case by case. That means there are no consistent rules for setbacks, emergency response planning, or battery disposal. The lack of clear regulations creates real risks. BESS facilities have been associated with thermal runaway fires, which are difficult to extinguish and can release toxic gases. Without standardized requirements, local fire departments may not have the training or resources to respond efficiently. There are also long-term concerns about battery degrade over time and costly replacement and disposal. This project will require about 4 battery changes. Without strict decommissioning requirements, those costs and potential environmental impacts could fall on local communities. Finally, there's a issue of fairness. These large-scale systems are often built in rural areas, yet the regulatory protections for those communities remain limited. If the regulations aren't written in Kansas, then these projects aren't written for our communities. But no one can be a test case for an unregulated risk. Please remember, Sedgwick County has no standalone BESS regulations and currently has 1 year pause on future BESS sales facilities. I'd like to add one other thing. Kansas produces 50% more power than it uses. Most of our excess power is sold to Western Missouri.
It's just a little tidbit of information. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir, for your comments. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Miner, and I reside at 13026 West Lakeport, Wichita. I'm speaking as a lifelong resident of Sedgwick County to formally express my strong opposition to the proposed industrial solar development in our county. While I recognize the need for technology and energy advancement, these large-scale industrial projects are incompatible with our rural community and pose significant risks to the quality of life. My opposition is based on the following critical concern of community character. These projects replace our scenic and agricultural landscapes with sterile fields of mirrors, forever altering the character of our homesteads. At this time, I'd like to present to MAPC with an additional 50 signatures to go along with the roughly 1,000 signatures that have already been turned in by family, friends, neighbors, and your constituents who strongly oppose the industrial solar. The proposed 1,500 acre solar project is a 2-mile by 4-mile area. There are 41 family homes within 1,000 feet of the project area. If you expand it to a 1-mile radius around the project area, the number of individual family homes increases to 103, including multiple housing additions. More importantly, I'd like to point out that within 1.5 miles north of where the battery storage will be located is Oakville Elementary. All it will take is one fire of the battery storage and a south wind to affect the school and all the residents in the area. I have one more question for you. I was told that the Mission Clean Energy application is grandfathered and for BEST. My question is, how can you vote if there's no regulations set for battery storage at this time? I respectfully urge the Planning Commission to represent the voices of the people who have spoke or will speak today, that the guidelines for approval for conditional use have not been met, and to vote against the invasion of industrial solar in the unincorporated areas of Sedgwick County. Our community's heritage and safety should not be sacrificed for the benefit of developers from Kuwait and Denmark and a handful of landowners. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
If you have any additional information for us.
I would be brief. My name is Dustin Self, and I live at 7150 South Hudson Street West. I've been a real estate broker here for 20 years and a lifelong resident of Sedgwick County. I know a lot of people have already expanded on the potential valuation, and I just want to offer my expertise saying that people who are afraid of losing equity in their property by being surrounded by solar fields are simply justified, and I am speaking in opposition to this plan. They have basically lined out certain sections to where if these property owners lose their equity, their only option would be to lease the solar field themselves, and they can just spread across the county.
Those are my comments. Thank you.
So thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Denise Lewis.
I'm also a lifelong resident of Sedgwick County. I live at 14800 West Morning Kansas. I just wanted to start out by saying that I've often wondered why this is not being put in town, and it's not in the, I've gone through that to understand that it's not in the urban growth area. This doesn't affect the urban growth area, so it doesn't matter. It matters to us. There are people here at 9 a.m. Look at all the people here at 9 a.m. on a work day to talk to you about waiting to us hours to speak. There are people in an overflow room on the second floor. That's how much it matters to us. I am also a realtor here in Wichita, so we'd like to discuss the presentations of previous industrial installations in the middle of farm areas near how it works with personal property rights. And I'll try to be brief because I know that this has already been discussed some. I would like to put in there that as a realtor, I've never once had someone look at me and say, God, can you find me some land that overlooks the industrial site? No. I've had people ask for land that has creeks, land that has pond, land that overlooks fields, land that is land that's quiet and free from noise and light pollution, where they can hear birds chirp and cicadas sing and see stars shine and have an actual fire pit at night. Never please let me live in an industrial complex. Basic laws of economics show us that something is valued when there is demand for it. Demand for beautiful landscapes among people wanting to buy in. High demand for that. Means looking on to industrial, non-existent. This tells us that homes will take a hit in a solar installation. I would like to point to a study by Virginia Tech in 2025 who looked at approximately 9,000 homes that were sold near approximately 3,600 solar installations. They found that residential home sales within 1 to 3 miles had an average money applies to a property that is known for something, whether that is good. If it is known as a murder house or someplace where unfortunately a suicide occurred, that affects the property value. There are less buyers, therefore your property is going to bring less. The stigma effect applies to the solar. So you're going to have that stigma effect affecting the property values of those people in that area. Let's move on to personal property rights. When I have people close on a property, one of my favorite closers always suggest no meth labs, no marijuana fields, and don't be a nuisance. This is definitely going to be a nuisance. And thank you.
Next speaker,
Next speaker,
please state your
state your name and address.
Please try to
Please try to use.
My name is Gidget Bud. I live at 74 West Drive, Houston. Agricultural farm is a way of life in Sedgwick County. People who live in these areas, and they move to these areas because they work a slower pace of life, the better view, space, the connection to nature. I drive these roads every day. Part of that enjoyment, going to and from town or around the county is the enjoyment I get from seeing the wheat grow, the crops grow, deer, all the birds and animals, the migration patterns of making flyers in the fields in our area. Monarch butterflies during migration use the milkweed this area. Ducks and deer use the fields for food as well. These animals live in these fields and they create patterns. And they use these fields for seed breeding and raising young. You are not looking at a company that's going to use just a few acres for building on. You're looking at a company who wants to use thousands of acres with miles and miles each way. The number of ground dwelling animals that will be killed during the installation period will be too numerous to count. When the land is stripped of dirt, trees, natural flora, it won't bounce back for several generations after removal, if ever. The natural food sources for these migrating animals, such as monarch butterflies, who are endangered, by the way, primarily because of massive habitat loss, are being stripped away. Then the panels are going to be installed. These panels cause a lake effect that kill birds by flying into them when they see their reflections into its water. And if they don't get killed by that, they also produce a solar flux or an avian flux, which is caused by instant death by burns in the superheated air and concentrated light beams. Then comes the 8-foot chain link fence with the barbed wire on the top. This will remove any natural movement patterns of the animals in these areas and divert them onto the roadways. In the last 6 months alone, I've seen 3 deer just from 55th Street to 71st Street on Ridge killed with vehicle collisions. So with hundreds of wild animals in this area and all their paths and their natural movements taken up by fencing, I said this is only going to increase these deaths. We are called to be great stewards of this earth. And as a citizen of this county, I'm asking you, do not approve this solar project. I am against it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next speaker, name,
Yes,
3 minutes. Anthony Seiler, 417 Homestead Court, in College, Kansas. And I'm here today representing Sedgwick County Farm Bureau. We're a county-based trade association, represent about 900 farmer, ranch, and ranch members here. We're also part of Kansas Farm Bureau, which represents about 30,000 farmers, ranchers. When we have an issue like this, for you today, we have members on both sides of the issue. We rely on our policy book to tell us what are the positions that our voting delegates have decided we show up and have to get on. When we look at our policy book on this, it's also kind of a split decision. It can argue either way. So as a county organization, we have not taken a position on the applications before you today for the Williams Solar project. That said, there were 2 items in the application and in the staff report that we just wanted to flag as things that we thought were important as landowner protections and then for our community. The first one is on decommissioning. I think the way that it's written in the report is insufficient. So we just agreed with the staff conditions that were supported in number 23. Those are really important that those are included to make it very clear that
The money is funded and available if this were to happen to the company. Those funds will be available to the commission process and return that land to the landowners. The second thing then is on the 3.13, the community impact assessment from the applicant. I think there's been some conversation already about the proposed tax numbers, but for our purposes, we would really love to see an estimate from the county treasurer about what the actual balance would be with that 10-year abatement on the renewable energy portion versus the BES versus the underlying land value. We've also done some work on trying to find studies on impact on surrounding land values. So just making sure that if we move forward as a community, that this is going to be a net positive on tax goals. The one other thing that I just wanted to raise on that is more germane conversation that'll happen if this goes to the county commission, but the applicant talked about having $82 million in annual revenue, which is a 17,000% increase over the expected revenue in that ground currently in agriculture. But at least for the renewable portion of that, they're still going to, they're not paying taxes on it like it's 17,000%. So I would hope that they would be willing to entertain some sort of a better payment in lieu of taxes for the next 10 years to help make up some of the value for the. Thank you guys for your time. Appreciate it.
And thank you for your time. Next speaker, to go through 3 minutes.
Good morning, my name is Jeff Soberman, I reside at 2601 West 71st Street South. I grew up 2.5 miles straight west of this, current home. I've lived on the same road my entire life, so this is a very personal and deep topic to me. Back in the 80s, I helped fight off a proposed landfill on 71st. In 2017, I helped fight off a Tyson sugar plant. And today I'm fighting off the largest scale industrial solar complex. All these things have one thing in common. Big out-of-state companies want to come in and take advantage of our county and our land and our residents. Here's the 2 reasons why I'm opposed. The pollution aspect, when the hailstorm breaks, we talked about that. I've cited WSBT as a local station in Indiana on March 10th, 26, had a massive storm. Wichita-Sedgwick County is zoned agricultural residential. It's simply too populated to allow a large-scale industrial farm. This will change the landscape of exactly why people choose to move and live in Sedgwick County. People choose to live here for the rural settings and not to live next to an industrial site that sprawls for more than 1,000 acres. The Virginia Tech study recently done sheds light on solar farms and effect on property value. They produced 8.8 million real estate transactions and determined that solar farms negatively impact residential value. Also cited the use of BTAP. Battery storage facilities also are great. Concern to me as I cite the Moss Landing Energy Fire in California. This fire started January 16th to 25, continually burned and smoldered until the 22nd of January. It was rekindled on the 18th for 2 more days. I quote, "This is really a 3-mile event for this industry," said Monterey Supervisor Glenn Church. If you remember, 3 Mile Island was a partial meltdown of a nuclear reactor, and this official directly compares the battery storage fire to that nuclear disaster. I cite that at utilityguide.com. I personally think this entire county, we are too simply populated to allow industrial complexes like this to be built. We elected our county commissioners to represent all the residents of the county and not big business from out of state. Regardless of what the MAPC finds, it's time for the county commissioners to represent the rural constituents, say no to this solar, battery, and storage facilities and data as well. I hope you represent me and not the out-of-state concerns that take to live, rape our land and take advantage of rural Sedgwick County and the residents who live and work in. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please state your name and address for our records.
Good morning. My name is Joni Peterson. I reside at 5818 South River Road. I've been a resident of Sedgwick County my entire life, and I reside just east of this site. Both my husband and I are opposed to this application. The application does not meet the standards that are in the Metropolitan zoning code that must be met for approval. Specifically, opposition or support by neighboring residents. A petition of several hundred county residents opposed to the project has been submitted. A significant number of the property owners in the notification area have signed protest petitions, and they have been submitted. Outside of those that will receive a financial gain, there is little or no support from the neighboring residents. As evident by the petitions and the neighborhood residents here today, there is significant opposition. During 1998, with the diverse grain elevator explosion, we experienced an industrial catastrophe directly across the street from where we live. There is documented fire risk for solar farms, as reported by Fire Trace International. It is not sensible to introduce additional fire risk in the area. Therefore, as landowners and residents in the area, we strongly oppose the destruction of the current environment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, state your names, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Peterson. I reside at 5818 South Hooper Road. I am the president of the Greenwood Cemetery Board of Directors. The address of the cemetery is 6231 West 47th Street South. The application does not meet the standards that are in the zoning code that must be met for suitable zoning case that you have heard many times this morning. The Board of Directors is in agreement with the disapproval of the proposed construction of a solar farm battery storage facility in close proximity to the property. Many family members of the interned loved one participated in this prospect of a recycling facility nearby. Greenwood Cemetery has been, always will be, a beautiful eternal resting place located in Sedgwick County. Any intrusion by industrial projects that takes away from the peace and tranquility that has been our hallmark since inception in 1877. We strongly oppose this project and urge you, Planning Commission, to return our center. Please vote. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Next speaker. Please state your name.
I know. Lori Lawrence, I'm at 321 North Lorraine in Wichita, and I am actually speaking in support of my shirt. I know that you all, the committee that you all have spent a lot of time looking at this. I know how much time y'all put in, and then they were taken apart and put in with someone from out of state who made the regulations. Someone who came in from out of state. What a lot of people don't realize, that I think I've said that, that the site where this project was going to be built, was first part of the Wichita area of urban influence or growth area. And the city of Wichita, when they were asked about it, agreed to move it back so that this could come into place. Solar projects in Kansas are governed by U.S. law. No matter where the capital comes from, and that's what some people have concerns about. Solar projects are permitted by counties, Kansas and U.S. law, connected to the U.S. electric grid, taxed by local and state governments, and subject to the United States courts. No foreign entity controls Kansas land or electricity policy. This concern by some is unwarranted. Ownership of capital is not the same as control of land, and certainly not law. This is a global economy, and people who want to invest in our country should be able to. I support responsible solar development because it strengthens rural economies, respects farmer and landowner choice, preserves the land for future generations, no one will build on it, and protects the agricultural systems that Kansas depend on. The claim that solar farms take farmland out of commission is factually incorrect and economically misleading. In Kansas, solar and wind are increasingly a farm preservation strategy, not a threat. Every landowner who leases to Mission Clean Energy will have payments coming in during all these years, regardless of drought, wind, hail, storms, anything. They will still have this coming in. That can save them. Those payments don't have to be waited on, like the crop insurance is done waiting. And waiting for harvest, you don't get money all year long when you farm. It's when you get your harvest in, and then you have loans that you have to pay back. There are more than 474,000 acres of farmland in Sedgwick County. This is only 1,490. So it's a very, very, very small percentage. The choice is not between farming and solar.
Okay. Thank you very much for your comment. Next speaker.
My name is John Barrett. I live at 220 North Walnut in Goddard. I was practice law in Goddard. I grew up in Clearwater. Still have my parents' house there. My sister lives there. My mother's buried in the Green Cemetery. My son Lawrence has his PhD in chemical engineering. Works for a company called Minham, used to be Jacobs Engineering. Can't unfortunately tell you exactly what he does, but I can tell you that Friday, out of 20,000 employees in NASA and NASA contractors, he was given a Rotary NASA Stellar Award for his exemplary work in technical leadership, innovation, and dedication to NASA. He also was in on all the meetings for the toilet issues on the recent Artemis project. He did them all, and felt the need to send a text to us telling us that was not part of his work. That was one that the company had bypassed, amended, and designed. Enough that his mother actually was as nervous about the Artemis project as if he had been on it. But I tell you all that because he deals with solar panels on a regular basis as part of life support systems. That's the only way they can have any electricity in space for Artemis, the International Space Station, manned mission to Mars. And these are really high-end solar panels that they're using, obviously. It's quite clear that by having just one or two or just a few solar panels, it's not a big problem. In a big field like this, the lead, especially the cadmium and other toxic chemicals that are in these solar panels can create serious problems. Now, it's only been a few years since we had 2 years in a row when the hail was big enough to punch clear through the sheathing in roofs. We punched through it. Actually, the clients pick up the whole metal is big enough. I don't care what they say, that's going to punch through those solar panel vests. We have tornadoes, we have straight line winds that can damage things, and we have windy, dry conditions. That lead and cadmium gets down into the soil, it's going to blow, it's going to contaminate a large area. The fact that they have a protocol for inspecting and mitigating water damage is a big red flag. I mean, it means that, yes, that is a risk. If it weren't a risk, they wouldn't have that. And let's not forget that companies do file bankruptcy because of environmental obligations. When the capitals come out of the country, it makes it even easier for them to avoid the responsibility. They did talk about having bonds at the information meeting, but it was only for like 10 years, and then they expire. Who's going to take care of that damage? It's going to be Sedgwick County and the taxpayers, or it gets turned into a Superfund site.
Please. My name's Clint Warrior, and I'm going to cut my teacher half. I live at 7030 South, 119th West Clearwater, or as I like to say, 6.7 miles south of Mill Hamilton Fort. The vast majority of the proposed solar farm is located in Waco Township. Waco was established in 1870, and it currently has approximately 3,300 residents. Most of the residents live within 0 to 5 miles of solar panels. If the commission approves the farm, there was a study done by Virginia Tech that showed that the land value near farm value actually increased by 19%. But the reason it increased by 19% was because speculators coming in and buying that land around that they would do additional solar panels, but that can't happen here due to the restrictions you guys have put on it. They also found that housing dropped by 5%, but the study, they found mainly that the drop was in red areas politically.
and not the blue area, so it kind of skewed the study. But my real reason for opposing a solar farm is the loss of farmland and the effect it will have on the next generation. Waco Township was established primarily as a farming community, and farming remains incredibly important to the heritage and culture of the area. All one has to do is look west to Goddard, north to Mays, and east to Andover to see how much productive farmland Sedgwick County is losing to housing developments and businesses moving further out from Wichita. There's no question that the development will likely move south toward Clearwater, but that development will take place in small amounts of acreage over many years, and not the 3,000 acres that would be lost immediately if the two, talking about the other ones you guys have coming up, are allowed to be built. Sedgwick County zoning laws are meant to control land and use development to support the character of the land. Primary reason for agriculture zoning is to limit development and preserve farming, not only for their own survival, but to allow future generations to continue the culture and heritage of the area. Clearwater Middle School and High School recently began a vocational agriculture program, something they hadn't had in years. It is one of the most popular programs at the school and was recently named a gold finalist in the National Chapter Award Program. County commissioners and you guys have the opportunity to send a clear message to those students and future generations that farming and agriculture is an occupation.
Sir, thank you for your time. Next speaker.
Thank you for providing this opportunity to speak in support of the Deliberation project.
Please state your
My name is Jerry Larry, and 22505 West 100 Street South, Viola. I'm a resident
in the area of this site.
I'm also
I'm
a
also
certified
certified
PD
to be
associate
as defined by the North American Board of
certified practitioners. Since the technical details have been beaten to death, I'd like to address the larger issue this project concerns. Electricity is the cycle needed for our society to operate. Electricity is fundamental to maintain virtually everything from the schools to educate our children to the food we consume. In my lifetime, I've seen tremendous growth in the need for electrical energy and the reliability of our electrical infrastructure. As a person who has built a career in electrical power, I can tell you that our ability to generate and carry electricity is one of our country's most vulnerable systems. Electricity is a critically vulnerable part of U.S. national defense. The power grid is essential to military operations, with over 99% of energy used at U.S. military bases reliant on commercial power. We can protect against potential threats by diversification of our electrical energy supply and delivery. We as a country need to have access to a broad range of energy generation resources, and solar is proven to be just that. It is our duty as Americans in an area where solar power can be generated reliably and safely to make our contribution. Older electrical generation plants are retiring. About 104 gigawatts of firm generation is slated to retire by 2030, only 4 years from today. At the same time, electricity consumption is hitting record highs, driven by the rapid expansion of data centers, semiconductor manufacturing, and widespread electrification of buildings and transport. In short, we need to build diverse electrical generation options, and it is our responsibility as members of this society to make our contribution. I must tell you that I feel the design of this project is almost ideal. It is sited with proximity to an existing grid station in an area where there is already a chemical plant, so there are reasonably limited production implications. The components in this design are good, and the risks to our area are limited. I would prefer that there be restrictions on sites over 700 acres be designed to allow for agrivoltaic use, so the land can be used in food production as well, and I urge that for future projects, there are no mitigating circumstances.
Next speaker, please state your name and address.
Thank you. I'm Ty Gorman. I represent Sierra Club in Kansas, and using 18,000 supporters statewide and hundreds of supporters in Sedgwick County. We asked the commission to approve this permit.
studies that made sure the solar storage is safe, complies with all requirements. Your staff will ensure protection of groundwater, soil, and the airport agrees with fence. I've worked in the utility energy field for 20 years, solar batteries that I've operated safely around the world in agricultural areas like ours, all the way through decommissioning sites. There are misleading and fake horror stories online from out-of-state sources about solar, the lake effect, lead, cadmium, hail, bears, myths, fires, citations from decades old. Outdated battery technologies are not very those myths. Current battery technologies being installed now are completely safe and have well-documented response protocol. Sophisticated funding, misinformation campaigns are irresponsible and frightening. And I'm sorry if I was on you that made it through that. This company approved very strict and conservative rules that told solar developers exactly what they must do in Sedgwick. This company is bearing that high bar you set on how to build a safe and investment in Sedgwick. As this commission to not prohibit private investment, healthy jobs and tax base in Sedgwick, or prevent local landowners from using their land in any way they see fit. If folks that own this land feel it's best use, let soil rest, let solar power decades, the government shouldn't get in their way. Without wind and solar don't have stable gas use costs. Energy rates would be higher. When it comes time to fight for the lower prices, the solar and batteries providing community will fight alongside everyone who's for the devices. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Kelsey Brigham. I'm a healthcare provider in this community. And I live at 3518 North Beach Club. My family is planted in this area. I also have a direct correlation with the fire department. My brother-in-law serves every day through the community. So we need to be clear about what we're looking at, something like this in, and they say the risks are all covered. I understand the argument being made that we need more power, that there are economic benefits, and this brings investment into our community. I've also heard it said that the project improves air quality. I agree that renewable energy improves air quality at a broad level. But that does not automatically mean this project in this location improves air quality for the people. We've heard about the schools, the cemetery, the people live around. This does not remove our responsibility. But that does not automatically mean this project in this location is right. This project includes battery and storage in the event of failure. Those systems can release airborne contaminants and require prolonged emergency response. What specific local air quality monitoring and protection plans are in place for the nearby residents? I've also heard it stated contamination is not a risk. But we've heard that kind of certainty before, and we've learned often too late that risk was simply underestimated. It was spoken here before about Bruce grain elevator and the explosion. It took seven lives. Seven of these people could potentially die if something were to happen out there. We have also had unexpected events in 1965. A plane crash in the Wichita neighborhood took several lives. We're in direct flight with the Air Force. We can say that birds aren't going to mitigate there, but it can happen. In my own practice, I am treating a patient firsthand who is suffering from environmental contamination. This stuff isn't reversible with medication. It's a lifelong sentence. So when I hear a long-term plan and all the preventative concerns, it does not apply. I just hope that we support our fire department, we support these neighbors, and when it hits the air, it's gone. So being the provider on the other end of it, I do not support what we're gonna put here. There are places without a community that we can place the energy we need. Thank you.
Thank you.
speaker, please. My name is Larry Core, 3031 West 63rd Street South, Kansas. I'm not
opposed to alternative energy sources.
I am
commenting
on
commercial
solar
solar applications, not the three panels on your rooftops for energy. My concern is about the land out of farm production.
The term
term solar farming is a misconception. They really have nothing to do with farming or ranching. They are a utility, and the proposed 1,490 acres out of farm production would be out of farm production. If you don't realize that roughly that's 2 miles of 2 miles area, which is equivalent to 2.3 sections. These are acres used to feed families and animals. Across the U.S., millions of acres of farmland are lost to development of housing, commercial, and other uses every year, which reduces our total productive land. Solar farms also convert ag land. Even if production on the remaining farmland becomes more efficient, total food output potentially declines with less areas under cultivation, especially on prime ag land. Grocery prices will continue to rise because we've lost rural American farmland to housing development, solar, and data centers. We are watching thousands of acres of farm fertile soil being covered in glass, steel, and under the pretense of progress. But you cannot eat a solar panel or raise cattle on the grid. Our ancestors spent generations clearing the land, tending the soil, and feeding this nation. Now it is being sold off to the highest corporate bidder. There are areas in Kansas that do not allow this type of development. Have you ever driven through the part of Flint Hills and noticed there isn't any commercial energy development? My point there are areas that have stood up against these developments. We can tell them no. There are better locations to install this type of industry. Solar panels belong on rooftops, parking lots, or industrial, not on ag land. Ask yourself why companies are trying to come to Kansas and purchase our ag land. It is because they see it as a great value. They can buy farmland cheaper than industrial and commercial land. People willing to sell that land will make a killing on that land. It does not help anyone except the applicants and the landowners. It will not benefit Sedgwick County, even though they say it will create tax revenue and a few jobs. Allowing a few people to benefit greatly to make the determination of Sedgwick County land use is not fair to the rest of the county residents. I noticed in the application they have guidelines for deep commissioning equipment and for cleanup.
Thank you. Next speaker. Please state your name and 3 minutes.
My name is Jared Stegman, live at 14001 West 55th Street South, Clearwater. Ladies and gentlemen of the Planning Commission, Sedgwick County residents, fellow Winston's. My wife and I are raising 5th generation Sedgwick County residents. Their ancestors homesteaded in this area, working the land, building communities, and caring for the soil and water that has sustained our families for over a century. It is with that deep-rooted connection that I stand before you today to strongly oppose the proposed wind solar project. The massive industrial solar installation with battery storage spanning nearly 1,500 acres southwest of Wichita. While promoting this green energy, this project carries serious risks that far outweigh any promised benefits for our community. First, our water crisis. Wichita and Central County already face permanent water use restrictions. Odd and even addresses watering schedules, limited hours, no watering on Mondays. We're already conserving due to drought risks and limited supply. Yet this project will consume substantial water for construction, dust control, regular panel washing across those 1,500 acres, just to keep the panels efficient. We cannot prioritize a corporate solar farm over our residents, farmers, and the long-term water security of our families depend on. Second, the real risk of water contamination. Large-scale solar developments can involve chemicals from panel manufacturing, coatings, and battery storage. Runoff during heavy rains can lead to pollutants into our groundwater and impact resources that we cannot afford to put at risk. Equally troubling is how the costs are shifted on the taxpayers. Federal tax credits and they heavily subsidize these projects. Many Kansas families help foot the bill through higher national deficits, while the developer reaps most of the rewards. Even the local landowners leasing the property receive only a minuscule share of the overall profits. The developer stands to make tens of millions of dollars annually from power sales and subsidies, while the landowners typically will just get a few hundred to probably around $1,000 per acre per year. A tiny fraction of the total value extracted over the project's 35 and 40-year lifespan. The big winners are out-of-area investors, not our local farm families. Instead of approving this industrial scale project, let's empower Central County families. Kansas homeowners can access the federal 30% solar tax credit for rooftop installations, along with our state's property tax exemption on the added home value. A single well-designed home solar system can produce 5 to 10 kilowatts. If thousands of families and businesses install rooftop solar across the county, we can generate substantial distributed power that goes directly to our homes without sacrificing 1,500 acres of productive land, straining our water, or risking contamination. This project is not true progress for our community. It threatens our water, our wallets, our farmland, and the agricultural heritage our fifth-generation children deserve to inherit. I respectfully urge you to deny rezoning and conditional use permit, protect Central County resources, and support smarter, decentralized solutions that can control and benefits right here with our families. Thank you.
Can I actually show a hand on speakers? Like to address. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're rapidly approaching.
I think what I'd like to do, if I might bring it back to the temporary commissioners, to see how much time you would like to break for lunch, whether it's an hour or 30 minutes. Director,
Sir, I did want to provide an update that we have ordered pizza for the planning commissioners, so I just sent it.
Thank you, Director.
But I would like to let that will not scheduled to arrive around 12:30.
Okay, so will of the commission that we continue until 12:30? Yes. Okay. Continue, next speaker, name, address, and 3 minutes.
My name's Brandon Whitley, other than South, West, Water. I won't be the full 3 minutes, but as I honestly, I wasn't really planning on getting up here and giving any comments, but as I started going through this, there were things that really stood out to me, particularly around the insurance requirements. I know there's some questions about whether 500 million, I think is what they referenced, was enough. What we're requiring, or what the proposal is for minimum requirements, is nowhere close to that. And one thing I would like to note is that there's a pollution, I think that's a lot of the concern. There's a pollution claim. We have zero requirements, or at least according to this, there are zero requirements around. And so I think that if I'm in your shoes, that's something I'd want to make sure we understood what the actual risk is, how it's being covered. I know the staff analysis piece of that says there's 500 million for severe weather, so tornado, that type of thing. That's covering property damage, which is making it eventful, as opposed to immunity in the event there's a pollution claim. So I think I would, if I'm in your shoes, want to make sure we fully understood that and insurance requirements for demanding for them. So other than that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Appreciate the comments. Thank you. Next speaker. Yes, hi. My name is Bert Ashley. I live at 44 South Country Court in Clearwater, and I'm also the mayor of Clearwater. As I've had many people come to me and talk about how Clearwater can be involved in this, I've encouraged everyone to do exactly what they're doing today, and that's to come here and speak so that the public is heard. But from a community perspective, I just want to raise a couple of concerns. I don't have any issue with the guidelines that the county's put in place. If this is approved based on these guidelines, that's why they're put in place. My concern for the city of Clearwater is we've got this Galena project. On the 19th of May, the same board will be hearing one for the branch line solar project, which is even closer to Clearwater. This one is not our area influence, that one touches our area influence, but it's not in it. So our planning commission doesn't have the opportunity to make a comment. But it's very important to, the city of Clearwater and the surrounding areas, our school districts. I know there's some cities built into this that talks about what schools may get, but if you think of northwest or northeast, Wichita, Rock Road, 30 years ago, think of southeast, think of Mays. 20 years from now, this will essentially block potential growth that'll come into the Clearwater area. Between this one and the next one, it'll also be a populated area where if two can be there, then why not three, why not four? So my concern is just the potential growth and blocking of the growth of the Clearwater area and how that may have an effect on it. You will have your regulations, they will be satisfied. Folks like this don't go through this process without crossing every T and dotting every I. I'm not concerned about the environmental piece. I'm just concerned about blocking the future growth of Southwest Wichita based on this and now the next. Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, thank you for your comment. Next speaker.
Next speaker.
Hello, my
My name is Vicky Winchell, address is 146 Lakeland, Brookwood Drive, Clearwater. My husband and I are strongly against this. As you can see on your map, we don't think any running waterways were addressed in the conversation. This will be directly impacted if several of them that carry that contamination farther. Impact our ponds also. Our drinking water, as was discussed earlier, impact the wildlife, the scene, the valley property, and our farms. There's only a small number of people for this. You are elected to represent us. Please represent the majority. Appreciate your time.
Ma'am, thank you for your comment.
Speaker.
Hi, I'm Ken Rowe, 3353 169 East. I'm somewhat neutral here, but I'm here for self-rescue. Excuse me. Our habits are difficult to extinguish. Our hominid 400 years of ability to make fire is apparently still with us. We burn fossil fuels to arrive here at this particular location, digested food, packed in petroleum composition containers, and are dwelling here in this room, illuminated with artificial light, powered by gas-belching remote centralized power generation. Comprised of capacitors, expanses, and copper conductors lifted alongside massive steel towers. All this requires gluttonous combustion of ancient Permian photosynthesis. We are, as Peter Brandon calls us, obligate pyrophiles. We burn everything. A 400-year-old habit is hard to overcome. Until now, we have electrification. Kansas is number 45 out of 50 states in its ability to have renewable, clean energy. We're number 5 in the ability of producing. This is why we're number 45. We have a bigotry going on, I think, because we don't listen to good science and technology. Unlike fossil fuel global suffocation, renewable solar and wind generation of electricity releases no CO2, methane, hydrogen sulfide gas, and halogenated hydrocarbons. Storage systems are such as battery-based or flow electrolytes also provide much cleaner service with minuscule amounts of embedded carbon and water debt compared to that of fossil fuel cycle, not to mention oil and gas workers suffering 7 times higher mortality rate compared to workers in wind and solar. Coal mining is even worse. 1,600 miners are killed every year at the beginning of the 20th century. And I won't go so much into that. Sociologically, coal miners were murdered, sometimes with their families during labor strikes. Black workers released from jails in the South were shot on the site by private security guards. This was the Battle of Blair Mountain in 1921. That was an historic monument itself. Union miners were met with aerial bombing, Thompson machine gun fire, akin to the Tulsa Race Massacre 3 months before. They removed that memorial to the mountaintop movement that was no longer there. Electrification, yes, this is what this is. It is on a large scale, but we've fought tooth and nail to prevent homeowners local generation, local storage from happening in this community, usually by interconnection partners. We have an ability to, for revenue sharing.
Hello, I'm Jesse Moore. I live at 146 South Mace Road, and I'm a chemist. And I have examined the batteries and the solar panels, and there is nothing in them or nothing that will reach out of them that will significantly harm anyone. The batteries are lithium iron phosphate, which are all pretty common chemicals. And rather than building a 270 milliwatt battery, they are building 271 milliwatt batteries. So they're spread out. And it's very unlikely that that kind of battery would overheat, but if it should, it would burn up, but it would not set the surrounding batteries on fire. And I heard an expert on, he's a fireman who's an expert on battery safety, and he teaches firemen how to put out battery fires. He said, you do not need to spray forever chemical foam on them. You don't need to spray water on them. He said, just water the grass so it doesn't cause grass fires, and let it burn itself out. It would cause very little damage to anything and nothing to the air. Anyway, and there's a lot of information about property values, and I got different values than what some of the people said. There's been about, I looked at 5 studies on property values, and the general trend is that in urban areas, property values go down, in rural areas, property values go up. And I can sum it up by the study of American Society of Farm Managers and Rural Appraisers found generally no negative impact, and sometimes the positive impact of the solar farm in the area. So it's not really going to affect the property value, except for people who live in the area and stuff like that. Anyway, what's that? Oh, okay. The Metropolitan Area Planning Commission developed a very good best practices policy, and it was approved by the county commission and gone into policy. And most of the problems that we heard today about are addressed by your recommendation. So and the plan that is submitted by the solar company will follow the guidelines that you developed. So I think you should approve it. And I also, there was a lot of comment about zoning code. I think there's a revised zoning code that replaced the one that study research. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Next speaker. Your name is my name is Ron Pixner, and it's 110
My wife and I need to start with
Loretta and her husband.
She lost sleep. They built their home through their family. They decided to build their special home. He dug the basement. He had a hard time. It's gone. Loretta was for 57 years. She took it on and really helped her build the home. And that is half a ditch from 63rd Street and property that's going to be taken.
Sir, you need to speak to the mic and address this on. Yeah, it's a ditch away from the solar panel. I know we get, I think, 100 feet. But what I'm concerned about, everybody's had good concerns. Mine is probably personal. My wife's been there 57 years. She has 3 grandchildren that live right next door to us. Those grandchildren, 10 years and younger. They want to go out and play. Then they want a farm. I'm worried to hell. I'm worried for those grandchildren. That's why I'm being honest. It's not a good situation. That's all I got. Thank you. Sure thing. Your comments, please. Ladies and gentlemen. Next speaker, name and address.
Folks, my name is Walt Chappell. That is 3165 North Porter, Kansas. Born and raised Kansas. My dad was an ag teacher. Been involved in solar since the 1970s. I've seen this industry grow all over the world, except in Kansas. We're 45th in the nation use of solar electricity. Our neighbors to the west, Colorado, are 12th. We have Texas is almost number 1. Wind and solar. We can't keep being afraid of our own shadow. We've got an opportunity here today to make a major difference. The folks that have come before you with their application have followed every requirement that this plan board has put together. They've dotted every T, all the I's are dotted, T's are crossed. Everything is ready with your approval today to things move forward. I ask you to very simply think about this. When the automobile first came out, we had lots of people in this country, they're all upset. Oh my God, you're gonna scare my horse. You gotta put that automobile in the ditch and cover it with a blanket or something, make sure my horse doesn't get spooked. We've also got folks who are concerned about buggy whip manufacturers not being able to make the buggy whips. So you're gonna have these automobiles going around it. My God, what are we gonna do for this job? Buggy whip. I've heard a lot of concerns today about property values going down. That's not true in the farm area. And you've got a situation in terms of what are we gonna do with these panels? Hail, my God, all kinds of contamination. No, you're not. These panels are sealed. They don't have any lead to speak of that's going to contaminate anything compared to what we already have and all the other petrochemicals we use in farming. Atrazine, for example, fertilizers, herbicides. Folks, we've got a lot of straw man today. We got people raising red flags that don't have any credibility. And I want to say to you that you have an opportunity now. Make sure with battery storage that you have, like any car, you wouldn't buy a car without a battery. In the case of the Southwest Power Pool, what you can do is take that switch. If the current gets cut across the grid, they can throw the switch and turn it on for Sedgwick County and Wichita. This particular location is next to a power station for a reason. With that grid connection that close to Wichita, we have backup. We have electricity to keep ourselves cool in summer and able to keep our food. Thank you very much for your time. Please approve this application.
My name is Karen Zerr, 5331 South Oak in Wichita. Down here. Kind of close to the area. He mentioned a little bit about vehicles. There is one that hasn't come up and we'll bring it up next time. Is PFAS for chemicals. They are in parts of these solar panels. They're taking them out. But we don't know which solar panels they have. If they will promise and guarantee that they'll remove the PFAS in those panels. Because if they break, they will contaminate the ground. Those chemicals will just wash out into our water. And that's where a lot of pollution comes from. Same thing as on the battery things. So they say they check the ground for POS, hydrocarbons and chloride and other things, the soil and water. And how they check for PFAS. We need a baseline to show up 2 minutes later after a fire or with wear and tear on the units. If they're on the units, it will wear off and we get into the soil. If they burn, it can fly up. They tested. They stated they would test for every 5 years. That's unacceptable to me. This is still new, changing environment and materials, and they need to be tested, I say, at least annually and after every
I wanted to address the battery. And I found a page that's on my from the EPA. And they're still, this was dated August of 2025, warning about the dangerous fires of the PEFs. For fire suppression, lithium batteries are difficult to extinguish, and they reignite for hours or days later, and they may burn for hours. Where are all those fumes going to go? As close as we are to Wichita, and you know which way the wind blows. It can get any of the cities around there. It's too close. Emissions, battery fires can release the harmful gases. And these harmful residents and first responders, there's a whole level of fire training that was thrown into this, putting these kind of fires out. And I know they've got a little experience with buses, but this is more, the data centers, that's a whole nother ballgame. The environmental impact of the proper cleaning and disposal of the damages and using fire suppression materials. I found an article from England place. They have construction, these things can also, storage places can also catch fire. This one did, it took over 24 hours to get it under control. The strategic safety planning of the site.
Okay. Thank you very much for your comments. Next speaker, please. Name, address, you have 3 minutes.
Charles Pollock, 10124 West Street South. I oppose this, and I ask you guys not to put this industrial storage back in. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. Not good at this, so bear with me. My name is Landowner, and I live at 3902 West 79th Street, South Hayesville. Did you know that the Chisholm Trail runs through the solar project near 55th and Tyler? The 1,378 miles of this Chisholm Trail is vital for moving traffic from Texas to Kansas railway hubs. Did you know that the National Park Service is in the process of making the Chisholm Trail a National Historic Trail thanks to Senator Moran and Ron Essence? How will it look the next time when the Chisholm Trail Association decides to reenact the cattle drive like they did a few years back? And there's solar panels on both sides of the trail. I, along with several others up here today, strongly urge you to oppose the Selena Solar Project and ask that you save our history and our land. Also, I'd like to bring up earlier that the area of Wichita area of influence was moved. And part of the reason that was decided to move was the main reason. One of the landowners went before them and told them that the land was contaminated and would not be developed. That is not true. You can call Oxy, they will tell you the same thing. So, that's all I got. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next speaker. Name, address, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Dorothy Barnett. I direct a state-based nonprofit, the Climate and Energy Project. Our address is P.O. Box 3035, Wichita, Kansas City, Kansas. I'm here today to speak in support of this project. And first of all, I'd like to just say thank you for the thorough job that you and your staff have done in listening to the comments. I've been working in clean energy for the past 20 years and have been a part of many planning and zoning and planning commission hearings and regulation planning. And so Sedgwick County is one of the most thorough I've seen, so congratulations to you on that. One of the things that we do as an organization is work at the Kansas Corporation Commission, and we do that specifically to keep Evergy accountable when it comes to rate increases. You all have talked a lot today about whether or not this will have an impact, good or bad, on utility rates. And what I want to tell you is, utility rates are out of control. And if we continue on the path we are, they're not going to get a lot better. What I can say is with the renewable energy that Evergy specifically has supported over the last 20 years, our rates aren't as bad as they actually could be. The utilities get to pass on something called fuel costs. So when they have to buy natural gas for the new gas plants, those fuel costs are passed on to us as their customers. If they're investing in a solar plant, there's no fuel cost associated with that solar plant. So I'm not going to stand here and tell you that our rates are going to be lower, but what I will tell you is they're not going to be as high as they would be if we don't continue to invest in renewable energy. The other thing that I will tell you that I've heard a lot about is property values. And I could stand up here and give you as many studies that property values have not been impacted as have been cited by folks that they will be. By and large, solar is the least impact of any kind of renewable energy or other generation. It's the lowest profile, it's the cheapest price. For the past 20 years, I've been listening to utilities say over and over again, we're not going to be able to do more energy, more clean energy, unless we get to a place where batteries are affordable and safe. Batteries are affordable and they are safe, and they are coming to every other state around us. And we have an opportunity to be a leader in the Midwest. So please support this project. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your time, for the work you're doing. My name is Ksenia Gershman. I live at 225 North Roosevelt Street in Wichita, Kansas. I just want to, having been sitting here for a while, I just want to address, I feel like we're hearing a lot of no's in the room. I feel like I want to point to the fact that this would be a profound missed opportunity if you guys don't approve this project. And there are a lot of people in this room, because it's going to be here at 9 a.m., or because those people don't necessarily are directly affected by it, but would benefit tremendously. I think this would be a missed opportunity in two ways. One, everybody in this room expects to be able to switch the light on, right? To use electricity. It's not as if clean electricity will come from somewhere else. We know from over 100 years of electricity production how immensely harmful the burning of fossil fuels is for humans, for the planet, for animals. If we don't have alternative sources of energy, which this project provides a concrete path to in a large quantity, 260 megawatts, is an immense amount of energy. What are we doing? We're just relying more on fossil fuels, and I don't see anybody proposing an alternative that's better than what is here on the table. I also feel like you would be losing a tremendous economic opportunity for Sedgwick County. Rural America, statistically, is shrinking. This would be saying no, even with all of the 10-year offsets and everything, no to a huge amount of money that right here in Sedgwick County, being used for essential services. Sorry, I was talking some words. I think the main thing is what they are. I think what you're seeing here is a really classic case of NIMBYism. I appreciate that the anxiety is real, but I think you are going to say no to really concrete long-term gain and opportunity and leadership, as the previous speaker pointed out, in the name of, the past. I'm sorry, but here's if you see solar energy when you're walking on the Chisholm Hill. What you're seeing is progress. What you're seeing us is as a society doing better and showing real leadership on how we produce energy. I mean, cattle production was not exactly an environmentally friendly endeavor. So I strongly urge you to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker?
Speaker?
625 south of the 43 utility worker
employee.
And I sat in meetings where they talked about they could not make a profit with solar energy. And I watched them talk about the need for electricity. I worked in every power plant KG had on overhaul. I worked in generation, transmission, distribution. I watched him
I watched him tear every power plant thing he had down, they're all gone.
That's over 700 megawatts, and that's where they need it. They need it. I don't think it's that bad. I think follow the money. Political winds change. All of a sudden, utility companies support wind power, solar power. I say follow the money. Follow the money.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your comments. Any additional speakers? Any additional speakers now, it's time to come up. We have, this is your name.
Tim Grogan, 62767 South.
Sir, we have spoke to you.
No, I haven't. Okay. I'd just like to say that in opposition to this, this is very inefficient way to make electricity. It will deplete and contaminate our natural resources. Use up our cropland. And I will, my wife and I will be in direct. Will be right next to these, and the stormwater will be a problem in my house. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Sure, thank you for your comments. Next speaker?
I am Roberta Katsuma, 10110 West 63rd Street South. How do city people like this wrap around your house? I invite any and all of you to come to my home and visit the area. Thank you. And for people that treat us mistreated, shame on you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there any additional speakers that would like to speak? Any additional speakers that would like to speak? Seeing none, I will bring us back to the agent or applicant for rebuttal. We have at least 2 minutes.
Sorry, timer again, 2 minutes. I got it, we're good.
Okay, start the clocks, we're ready to roll. I'll probably be speaking fast again, so we'll go as quick as I can. If I can get more time in to cover things, people have questions about it, I will definitely do it. Starting off, this has been mentioned by a couple of people, but I really want to emphasize, one, how much we take into account the concerns voiced today, and also, importantly, how much the county has taken into account the concerns voiced today. If we remember back to the meetings in 2023, 2024, through the survey, the consultant report, those various ordinance hearings from both board, county commissioners, and the MAPC members, many of which were part of that process. I remember you from those conversations as well. These concerns were voiced at that time, and what we arrived at was ordinances that are designed to address those concerns. Not only the ordinance regulations that we comply with, and the staff report notes that we comply with, address those concerns, but also a litany of the conditions of approval that apply to our project also address these concerns. I'm talking about things like the construction stormwater plan, the decommissioning plan, the visual impacts analysis, the landscaping plan, the road use agreement. I mean, not even covering all of them, but there's about 30 plus odd conditions that directly address a lot, if not all, of the concerns raised today. I did want to hit on a few things specifically that I don't think were 100% addressed, mostly noted to the battery storage system. You see that if I'm going to relate to the ordinances, we don't have some existing for batteries. However, we do have conditions of approval included within that staff report that do cover the expected regulations, requirements, and analysis for that battery project as well. Not only is that covered within the conditions of approval, we're willing to work and are regulated and required to work with the fire departments to address any potential concerns. And we know that the battery project is an integral piece of the overall project to ensure that generated power is able to be stored, as well as providing even more tax benefit to local communities that benefits thousands of local students. I'll probably talk a little slower than so I'm not, ranting and raving up here. For the benefits of this project, if we are allowed to continue to go forward with it, complies and addresses those concerns while also generating a significant amount of tax revenue that benefits thousands of local students, municipal services, including the fire department that would be responding to events that gets millions, tens of millions of dollars over the life of the project as well. And I think this cannot be said enough, our impact on the overall electrical grid, not only for stabilizing the power availability here currently, but allowing for additional development to occur in places like Clearwater, in places like Goddard, in places like Mays and Colwich, in those other cities, in Sedgwick County, and the larger area as a whole. We believe that when we stand up here, we present our benefits, we can stand behind them. We also believe that our project not only complies with the regulations, but addresses the concerns talked about today. I implore you to look back to the history, the research, and lean on the expert evidence that you are able to receive as part of that ordinance writing process, and urge a vote in support of our project. Thank you so much.
I do want to make a quick comment. We're going to be bringing it back to, for the commission, and we're probably going to be taking a break still. But I do want to let everybody know that the public comment section is over with. It's just going to be deliberation from the commission here. So you've been very respectful. Appreciate that. So we'll bring it back to the commission now. Okay. Go ahead. You want to make a break now and for 30 minutes?
Mr. Chairman, quick question. I did have some additional questions for that. But we can take that too.
Okay.
Or can we just work through lunch?
Sure, we can eat. But I do must say this, Commissioner Austin's point did not allow any questions. You know, from the commission to engage with that. We will be doing that. Continue. So, as of right now, what is the motion? Commissioner Bill?
I've got some pressing outside of you. I'm prefer to just work right.
Okay. Well, that the same
Same
consensus?
consensus? Yes.
You said it was incorrect.
Okay, we will continue to work through. At this point, Commissioner Austin, you have some questions?
Yeah, Mr. President.
Earlier, we had
a discussion about the BS component of the application, and I think there's a question about the moratorium. And one of the things that we consider is whether, I guess no one asked you what you feel about application with solar panels. Are you married to the BSS as part of the application? I don't recall you addressed that question.
Our view is that the battery storage component of the project is extremely important to it. For all of the reasons that I noted, I'm happy to answer the additional questions, and would also implore, again, pointing to the conditions of approval. If there are additional conditions that could be reasonably added to address concerns related to specific items, we are completely open to that. Is that a material game changer for the project, that if the battery portion is completely off of it? It's hard to say at this point without having detailed discussions until we get out including it. However, I guess the stance here, probably not a great answer to your question, is that we view it as being extremely important to the project.
So, you mentioned earlier when discussed about the permitting and approval process through the KCC and others. There's one pathway with solar panels. Is there a similar separate pathway for the storage systems, or kind of in the same manner?
So we'll come up here, correct me if I'm wrong here, but my understanding of the interconnection queue and what we have applied and will can confirm is that the project and the battery storage piece are being reviewed as a combined project. There is an opportunity, we do see other projects being reviewed independently. However, that would restart an interconnection review process that takes 5 or longer years, and would effectively make that battery storage piece go away effectively. Will it?
Yeah, I'll just say that this project was submitted as a hybrid storage and solar project. It's being reviewed by FPP currently, and any removal of either component would potentially trigger restarting and significant delays. I'll finish with this piece because I think it's important to note as well. The project with this solar and battery component is not only more valuable for the community in terms of the tax revenue and all of kind of the grid level benefits, it's also more valuable to the utility. The battery system that we have is not only there to store excess power that the solar project is able to generate, but it also works independently of the solar project to store excess power just available on the grid. So without that battery project, not only are we impacting the efficiency of the solar project, we would also be impacting the ability of the battery to stabilize prices and supply and demand, like I referenced in the presentation. So I think those are the important points to consider.
Commissioner I? You know if energy has
excess energy.
This would basically just be a question of, are there other battery storage projects available on the Evergy grid? That would be something that would be pretty easy to find out. I would say that, as a lot of people here are probably aware, and I'm sure the planning department is, the battery storage piece has only really been kicked off with this utility scale deployment over the last few years. If there are any Evergy storage abilities already on the grid, they would have been constructed in maybe the last year or so, but more and more and more are definitely expected in the near future. And I would say probably dozens, if not hundreds of projects coming, maybe not to Evergy, but to SPP over the next few years.
Yeah, I've got all sorts.
And there seems to be a lot of common themes on fire and water, and some component that would go into the ground, I think, forever. Would you address those, please?
Correct. So I'll try to take this piece. Is this related to the solar and the battery, or just the battery specifically? It changes the question. Okay. So I'll start with contamination. I think I heard that a lot, both in reference to the solar mostly, and then also the battery storage piece. What I said in the presentation before regarding contamination is accurate. The panels themselves do not pose an environmental hazard. Some of the evidence or support that has been presented does not apply to the polycrystalline silicon solar panels that we would use. Particularly the inclusion of chemicals like cadmium applies to thin film solar panels, which are used in kind of limited operations, which makes sense why they would use it in NASA type related technology, but it's deliberately not chosen for projects like this because of the contamination risks that have been noted by all sorts of people. So even in a worst case scenario event where this could never ever happen, but every panel becomes an issue, it completely goes away, we still wouldn't expect to see contamination risk. And this again points back to, we double check that. And not only would we double check it, we would know the liability and would be responsible for covering that. The battery system functions similarly. Under operation, they're sealed enclosed containers that have no emissions or anything that would be able to discharge or leach out of the containers. But that raises a question of, what about emergency situations, right? And even under emergency situations, we can say confidently that there would be no risk posed to people in the surrounding area. And we don't have to look to kind of lab studies of expectations for this. Something that I'll be able to share with the group after and would like to include in the record since it came up is a study by the Fire Risk Alliance that came out, I believe, in August of last year, that looked at battery fires of 35 different facilities in America from 2012 to 2024. And specifically, they were looking for whether there was any impacts that would be hazardous or for an issue of public health by the EPA in either the air, soil, or groundwater during a fire event at an operating battery facility or afterwards through some period of time, to make sure that if something's happening, is there an immediate issue, and is there a historic problem going forward with contamination? And what that study found, looking at those 35 events, was that no, there's no evidence of any significant health concern related to impacts to the air, soil, or groundwater in the immediate vicinity or surrounding area following the fire event. I think the other thing that was mentioned that I'll bring in, this is probably answering too long, but somebody brought up Moss Landing. This would be the #1 fire project that I'm sure you've probably seen in comments. I'm sure the commissioners have. I'm sure the MAPD is going to hear more about it as you work through the ordinances.
And what is so important to understand about that project is it violated pretty much every single standard the industry has currently. It used historic battery technology called nickel manganese cobalt chemistries that is much more environmentally dangerous because it includes heavy metals that can matriculate through the environment and continue to lead to poisoning of animals. We don't use those. We use lithium iron phosphate, which doesn't have any of those heavy metals and avoids any of those pollution concerns. It also was an arrangement where they basically took an existing gas plant or some sort of large industrial building. You can see the pictures, and it's very, very obvious what they were doing. As you can imagine, an issue if you're doing a bunch of batteries and flammable materials in one building, so if you have even one small issue, you don't have a small issue, you lose everything. The industry has since advanced from that and are now proposing what we would do, which are containerized systems, meaning that for the 260 megawatts that would be expected for the battery portion of our project, we don't have 260 megawatts of batteries in one location. We have some arrangement of 261 megawatt containers with tested setbacks to make sure that even in a worst case scenario, you're losing one container. The impact there is 1/260th of what it would have been in Moss Landing, which means that we can look back to that study. The impact is dramatically lower than what it could potentially be if we did use a Moss Landing style warehouse configuration. So at least as we see it, the number one evidence that battery storage systems are dangerous and harmful to people has been completely addressed with engineering advancements and has been addressed through improving fire codes like NFPA 855 that's updated every 3 years and has important regulations that require backwards looking case studies to say what went wrong, how can we improve it. So that's just going to continue to improve in the future, and we already feel confident in it.
I asked those questions, but it's hard to answer those.
Yes, I appreciate you giving me the time. The 2 minutes goes fast.
Yeah, say for example, the farm was removed, could that land then again be used as farmland, and what effect does it have on the land once it's removed?
Yeah, so this goes back to that decommissioning plan requirements for both the codes and then our lease agreements. We have a legal obligation to return that land to its current use, and it's currently used as agriculture, meaning when we get done with it, we have to return it back to productive agriculture land. I think something else that's important to note here that hasn't been brought up, and we haven't brought it up yet, is that the area underneath those solar panels, kind of inside those green lines, is not just dug out, ripped up, and we put panels on top of it with posts. All of that area is going to be reseeded with native pollinator, essentially grassland species that will cover with mowing, of course, to address any sort of fire concerns there periodically. But it's not just going to be fallow land. That means the nutrients are going back into that land. That means you're going to get consistent life cycles there. That also means that a lot of species that would be able to use it, like pollinators, birds, bats, and butterflies and insects like that, as well as kind of ground-dwelling animals, would also still remain accessed, and it would turn from agricultural land into effectively historic prairie with panels on top of it.
I know it's probably next in the report that probably just how high off the ground are these panels mounted?
Yeah, so the panels are mounted about 4-ish feet, if I'm remembering correctly, off the ground, and then the panels themselves are about, I think they're about 8 feet in height. So they sit here about waist level, and then they would extend probably at vertical stow a bit above most people's head. The important thing, though, to note with all of that is that in very, very, very limited conditions, you would have the panels be completely vertical. Almost 100% of the time, they'll be operating in some sort of stow that would lower that height to be, around 8 or so feet. I would say 8 to 10, where maybe on kind of the early portions of the day, you might see if under a flat land staring directly at the fence, you can see a little bit of the panel on top.
Commissioner Front?
Thank you. 2 questions. First, how many similar projects of size and scale has Mission Energy designed, built, and operated? And then the second question is related to the funding for the decommissioning. Am I hearing that that's a line of credit, or are we putting the 15 to 20 million in escrow account?
Yeah, so I'll
cover them in the same order that you presented. In terms of projects that we've developed, built, and are operational, we don't have any currently under the mission name. The reason for that being, I think this is a fantastic example of everything, is it takes about 5, 6, 7 years from when we start scouting land to when we have a project that has been permitted, gone through the interconnection process, done financing, through engineering, and been constructed. The company's only been around since, I believe, 2022. 2022. So we haven't really seen that full life cycle. What I can say is that our leadership, as well as other employees like myself, have worked with engineering backgrounds on solar and renewable projects for years, and we've also permitted projects across the country in very similar venues to this. I think one that's a good one to point to is a 360 megawatts, so much more sizable project than this one that we permitted outside Sioux City, Iowa, and Dakota County, Nebraska. So I'm very experienced answering the questions, going through the permitting process, and are expecting to see some of those projects going to construction. I think the earliest one in 2027. So the second question regarding the financial assurance, we looked at the ordinances and the county guidance. There's actually an issue about this that we wanted to bring up, so thank you for mentioning it. The regulations state that financial assurance must be provided, and escrow is preferred for obvious reasons, it's cash in hand. However, there is opportunity for us to work out a separate financial arrangement with the approval of the county, importantly, that would cover that. We see this mostly through the issuance of bonds to cover that, but that would be something that we would obviously work through once we get through the permitting process. I did want to flag, though, this is important, on condition of approval 23 in the staff report. There's a recommendation to have us post that decommissioning security within 60 days of the planning commission approval, which would happen in June. We 100% understand the request to get that security in prior to any additional work being done on the project. However, we did just want to note that the 60 days to post an estimate of about $50 to $20 million for the security is a pretty quick turnaround, especially when the actual risk that would be covering doesn't start until construction. If we could still leave the exact same requirement to post that security in there, which is not only in the staff report, but is required in the code, we would recommend having that be pushed to a later time to allow us not only time to get an accurate estimate and source equipment, which is going to come in the future, but also just to be able to have time to address the pretty substantial ask that the county put on that. We're definitely willing to pay it, though, just would appreciate a bit more time on that if possible.
Would like to read just a little bit, especially when it comes to water usage, because you're gonna have to go out there and clean the dam and everything else. Do you have an estimate on how much water that, especially for this size of the project, how much water would be required, and where would you be maintaining that?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I'll say the number, it might shock some of the people in this room. We have to do panel washing annually, like you said, to clean the panels, get pollen and dust and things like that off to make them run efficiently. We need to do that about 2 times a year is what we're expecting, and maybe a bit more, and we're expecting annually, so including any of the panel washings, using 15 to 30 acre feet of water total. The reason being that you kind of just have big brushes that drop and run. It's not just kind of hosing the thing off. That would use a lot more water. There's also opportunities in the future to just use lower water use than that as people improve panel washing tech. And I think what's important to know when we look to all of the agricultural parcels that Mark mentioned previously is that some of the land that we're including to voluntarily given to us are irrigated, meaning that taking away some of the water use particular to those areas while only demanding 15 to 30 acre feet means that we believe there would be an actual net increase of water availability in this area, especially considering that the 15 to 30 acre feet of water we'll be using will almost certainly be trucked just to make sure that there's no hard water that would be able to wash the tanks. So that 15 to 30 acre feet isn't even coming from wells here. Almost certainly it would be trucked into the site, meaning that even then we're not having a substantial impact with the small amount we have.
So you say
No, that's the project. Yes, yeah, full project annually.
be suitable, or was that like leave the field?
I don't know for sure. This is where I brought a lot of project team, but I don't have an engineer here. My expectation would be that really the only issue is what you noted. If there's some sort of film or some sort of residue that would, kind of cover up the panel, that would be the only reason we wouldn't use it. But really the water is just there, just like you would in a sink to wipe things off more easily.
Well, I would hope that situation.
Oh, of course.
It was also brought up, just out of curiosity, about the Chisholm Trail. Does any portion run through the site?
It does, yeah. As you can kind of look towards the northeastern portion of the project, it does run through. We've done analysis, we're aware of this, where the trail falls, and this is something that I'm trying to remember if it's any condition of approval or if it needs to be added, but we are welcome, open, and expect to do a cultural resource inventory of that area to identify if there's any artifacts or anything like that that might have been missed. We don't anticipate there being anything because, as you can see from it being agricultural land already, it's not protected, there's no impact, there's no limits on development. The ground there has already been tilled or moved around for, decades and decades and decades now. So if there was, a burial ground, pots, anything else that would have been coming from the Chisholm Trail, likely would have been disturbed already. But that's something that, if it's not in there already, we're happy to agree to a condition of approval to survey that further and consult. If I could add on as well, we've already factored the Chisholm Trail route into our design. We're not proposing to put any solar panels on top of the Chisholm Trail.
And also,
ownership at all, especially our neighbors to the east. Can you address that?
Yeah, the people that commented are 100% right. We get funding from a variety of sources as a company. One of those entities is WAFRA, which is has a connection to the Kuwaiti's government pension kind of arm with it. Mostly as an investment opportunity to keep pensions and kind of stay stable for them. We also take investment from a Danish company called Ørsted. I think though that what's really important to note here is that there is a difference between the funding of ourselves as Mission Clean Energy and the funding of the project. The project itself has a capital investment of hundreds of millions of dollars that will be going to financing once we complete the permitting process. That financing opportunity is going to be available and open to any bidders that we can see in the area, and we've seen pretty consistently solar projects like this bid on and owned or operated in the future by any sort of American interest. These projects, because they have contracts that have such a long life, are extremely attractive investments because the revenue generated is stable, whereas if you invest in other things, that revenue might be fluctuating year over year. So the financing for the company certainly includes some of that foreign investment as well as other American entities. But financing for the project will come in the future and does not have direct financing from either of those entities.
What about China? Any way, shape, form, directly involved?
Pretty easy to know. I also think that with foreign entities of concern, there might be restrictions on Chinese ownership of farmland that would be able to get for that anyway. But regardless, no involvement with Chinese anything, no expectation of use of Chinese equipment, is completely separate from problem.
any additional questions?
The agent applicant, Commissioner Austin?
One more question on the.
Jurisdictional determination for wetlands, and we can provide a copy of that.
100%. Yeah, it should already be included in the application. I did note, and this is for the planning department, on the website, that solar energy conversion system one, which I think is where most of the people in the crowd have probably gone from a lot of those exhibits related to it. Some of the additional exhibits that we corrected after our initial application was submitted in October, I don't know have been fully factored in. So we can say today that we have not only done a delineation of the entire project area inclusive of everything we're using, but that we're also avoiding those areas in design. So anything noted as wetland, anything noted as one of those unique habitats, we are avoiding in the design. You can kind of see that here with those river channels and stream features that we're avoiding. Also compliant with the buffers that I believe are in COAs anyway.
Any additional questions? Okay, sir?
Thank you.
We
we'll bring it at this point.
Since we decided to work
Through this, back to the commission. I think that this is the first time that we've heard this, and approved. There's an awful lot of way that's been asked, a lot of concerns. Don't know whether or not it has been satisfied for the commission. Any comments, Commissioner Warren?
I'll begin. First off, I want to say thank you to everybody that spoke today. Not ask any questions, respectful, appreciate that. One of the things that we're dealing with here is private property rights. Comment, right, you don't outweigh the rights of many. Officers, rights of many don't outweigh the rights of the few, rights of the fair. I don't want to be the one government telling the farmer that he has to make his money back by using his land to electricity. Allow them to stay on the stand. Because that's what we want in our the work that we put into the process last 2 or 3 years was extensive and comprehensive. And I think that what we have here is complete application of really strict rules and regulations. They have to be the I want to thank the staff. I want to take this to be complicated as it is, it makes sense. And with that, I would take a motion that we approve all the conditions, recommendations from the staff report. I would second that.
Any additional comments, Commissioner Hill?
I'd like to, make a substitute motion to, start this application.
One Reynolds?
I'm concerned, I'm not against solar energy at all, but I'm not in favor of it, Sedgwick County, got a population, gets to be there. There's evidence that a number of people showed up, particular people, supposed to developments. If this were done out the western part of the state, it could be done effective, make sure and for the people. And it just, you know, it's more expensive to plug into the grid up here. I see this is probably one of the reasons that's my concern. I'll work back off all on my motion. I just wanted to get my 2 cents worth of why I think something's.
My concern is the work into the city, in 40 years, going different than it does now. And I think that the older it grows, the city grows.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Commissioner Austin?
Yeah, this question for council. We received a table letter from attorneys representing additional application that was in the post box and third city council makes certain dollars and is that something we need to concern ourselves with in terms of our deliberation?
Commissioner Austin does apply on county council. That's a fair question you raised. We considered that. Attorneys in our office have discussed that staff for a while now. As I think there's probably awareness with the planning commission. When the county commission adopted these regulations in August of 2024, there was a concern about maximum size limitations, and there was also a concern that if you didn't address how close these are together, you could just have somebody stack them on top of each other.
size limitation becomes undermined. So in light of that, they set a limitation that SCCS, the larger scale solar applications, have to be at least 2 miles apart from one another. I have to presume that both applicants that have had applications, one being heard today, one being heard about 3 weeks from now, are aware of that. It's been in place for almost 2 years now. So that exists today. Commissioner Austin, to your point, I did want to take a minute to address that, because that was something I thought was worth bringing up, and I was trying to find an opportune moment to do so. And I want to give a bit of a disclaimer. I know that there has been material received on this. I think to the extent any of those materials point out shortcomings that they're alleging in the application, I think that's relevant. I think that's fair for planning commission to consider. I would suggest against planning commissioners making this a comparison between this application and application we'll hear about 3 weeks from now. I would suggest that your analysis on these applications, and I assume that both motion and substitute motions, the seconds have been made are based on gold factor, that purpose gold factor stated. Well, first off, in the motion, the original motion was based on staff analysis, which included gold factor. Substitute motion, there was value, extent that both moved and second. So I would, again, refer you back to gold factor, but I would not suggest deciding whether this appropriate use of reasonable use is based on what you may end up considering on a future application now. I'd be happy to answer any other questions on that, but at this point, there is no other application within 2 miles of illegal. Well, there's an application on this, I'm sorry. Thank you, Scott. There's no application that's been found through our interpretation of that code applies. About if there have been any proofs. This is the very first SCCS large scale application. Chairman, if I could, then I realize this goes on open after mention the slight disclaimers. Are you okay with me getting into that, Chairman? Okay. And saying is if video were a factor in either the motion, the second to that original motion, substitute motion, or the second to the substitute motion. If they were, actually, I would probably ask if all of those mentioned about this are not correct with those not part of it. Just to make sure, I'd be happy to answer the question. First, I already talked about the first part. I talked about competing applications. Another one that a question that has come up some is where does electricity ultimately? The concern on that would be ultimately any decision that you would make as a recommendation to the Board of County Commission, any Board of County Commission decision on this could be subject to legal counsel. One of the potential legal counsels would be unconstitutional. I would suggest that the commissioners or any of their findings would not base their decision based on where the electricity is ultimately consumed, as that would be considered to be a violation of the Commerce Clause of the U.S. Constitution. So that any questions specific to that, I have the first. And it really gets to the interstate on this.
Took a lot of notes. It's okay, you're not.
One check. I think I already talked about this, that I think you guys need to get your goals back into some such an address. But there's one other minor thing that I imagine most of you are aware of. There was a very lengthy petition submitted as part of your backup materials on this. Nothing wrong with that being submitted, but from what I can tell, that was just a generalized petition against solar. Not to say that some of those people, I think a lot of them probably heard speaking today. But I just wanted to be clear. I think there was clearly a lot of vigorous opposition to this. That is one of the factors that they said on the case. But I did want to point out that I'm not sure that was necessarily all specific to this case, from what I can tell. I believe the planning staff, they have the other takes on that. I didn't want to mention that. Case that was relevant.
Just very basic, which is, I take that as those signatures were an indication of what someone is encouraging you to do. And it's not a protest
process that starts after the NDC rendition decision. So I just want to make sure very clear to folks that those are two separate items, and the formal protest period does not start.
And Chairman, I don't have anything else to add. And yeah, I think it would be useful just for clarity of the record if the unions and sections would clarify if they want to change anything in their motions or if they can make a comment their motion on the line.
Thank you, Mr. McHale, for your comments. Commissioner High.
Yeah, well, we to the report from the lawyers on the other project. I just wanted to say that the questions I asked was based on some redlining that's what said. So the individual, the applicant, satisfied my concern based on what the Southern Company was.
You know, like to remind the commission that the other information that we got from wire was that there's no bearing on this case right now.
Yes, but they raised some concerns that was good concerns. They satisfied the source.
And Chairman, I did supplement Commissioner like I said there, that I think if they were bringing up shortcomings on their application, that was fair game. My biggest concern was that this would be considering an application, that's really not as a factor in practice when she's looking at it. But also
Thank you. One thing I would like to, yes, Commissioner Johnson.
I guess I was a little concerned that we would have a clear understanding of what the tax benefits are. We talk about taxes a lot, not enough to make it right. I have no idea.
Director, I don't.
Yes, sir. So following the exchange and question came up, I believe Commissioner Pride would ask that question. I did reach out to the finance department of Sedgwick County, and they looked through the numbers, but unfortunately, if you don't quite have enough detail from the applicant to know exactly what the values are, so we're not able to determine whether or not those are estimates and providers the numbers that are provided on the reasonable and annual tax. So it takes some additional information to determine.
Term leaders anyway.
I think, as was explained earlier, and the way that I understand it is that a portion of the project would be solar panels that has a specific exemption. However, the property taxes are not exempted, and likewise, this was what was stated today. Likewise, that the battery portion of the project is not exempt. And then the battery portion and the solar portion, my understanding is that they were roughly almost equivalent in terms of value. And so therefore, you would see the annual property taxes from the value of that.
Maybe you have a question?
Just back to the facts. Yeah, it's my fully, my knowledge is that this would then become commercial land and no longer agricultural land, and as such be assessed commercial valuation rather than agricultural. Is something that we've got to live on because the landowners can even get a higher rate for still being comfortable.
I do not know the answer to that one, but I can reach out.
One of my concerns on that is the battery energy storage system. You know, that's really not part of the genesis. I think that the initial motion maker that leaving that in there, I have a problem. I think that should be excluded from this particular conditional use design. Looking at some of the other issues, looking at the road rules, how the property owners, the it's hard. I don't think this is the total complete application. I should have major questions. Comes to decommission demand. And steps that somewhat meets all the criteria. Well, it doesn't, it doesn't, or it doesn't. I do have some concerns on that. Like, I would not be supporting the additional addition. For approval. Commissioner Wednesday?
Yeah, I have a question for staff. The mayor of Clearwater indicated that the location of this farm would hinder the growth of Clearwater. Is that something that staff has considered?
It's right in the area.
Yeah.
I think I can speak to that. There's a couple items here. Number one, there's a restriction on any application in your reference, and that's why you're continuing today because this one is not an area of interference. This one is actually about 2 miles north of the city of Clearwater. The one being considered as producer now is much closer to the city. He was referencing both. So it is not in any area of influence. So that has been satisfied. When it comes to the effect on the city, the portion of your staff report that discussed is the conformance planning policies identifies what the comprehensive plan talks about regarding where these could possibly be located. This is on pages 14 and 15. Give me 1 second here. And it says, either way, I'll just leave it there in one place. Discusses that as a consideration where it should be located in relation to clusters of residential population.
Any additional questions, comments, Commissioner Bryan?
Thank you. So I'm conflicted because I understand the residents' concerns. I also see the opportunity for strong revenue growth for school districts and communities. But I think there's enough questions that we've asked that we need clarification on. And I'm afraid if we vote no today, then this would not be able to come back to us for a year. So I'm wondering if there's enough questions that have been raised to warrant a deferral so we could get some of this detail lined out without having to go through another 4-hour meeting 2 weeks from now. So that's just where I'm at right now. I could go either way, but I think we've had enough legitimate questions raised, specifically related to property tax and tax revenue and how it could be offset, and then also growth patterns.
Commissioner Warren?
Couple of things. One, they look at the substitution motion that I would talk about is if the reason that we're going over it is to represent the county is the application process out. This is really good right here. So if we don't want these things to set the county. We had that debate a year ago. If we are going to do it, we're going to have strict rules and regulations. That's what we've got. So I'm fearful that if we're going to change that out, that's a different story. I'm open to the idea of the deferral, just an answer, rather than push it all the way through. Vote with the issue as substitute motion and deal with that, and then we give it another substitute.
I referral, Commissioner Hill, would you like to buy your motion?
Just to clarify, it says that I would withdraw my motion.
I think before we voted on this change, and to express our concerns about, and I think that's expressed in, as far as deferring it, I'm not sure what that's going to accomplish, with regard to the people that showed up here. Council, I think that, the general concern of people here at project is been considered by the
Commissioner Gould, correct, neighborhood opposition is something you all can use in case law says it can't be, say, denial, or shouldn't be no case for denial. I would, this is the case, it's all the last way, sufficient grounds on either side of that for the planning commission to make a recommendation, so I don't think that's a concern. I think there were grounds, multiple grounds stated on the motions that have been made earlier.
Commissioner Ross, anyway, I withdraw my, second.
I'll withdraw the second.
I'm generally supportive, but there's some things though, I think, like you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, about the decommissioning plan. I'd like to see a little bit more activity on that. The insurance deals, I think, is more for the commissioners, since it's really good, the condition of staff. I think the real stuff is on that. I think it was like $1 million for a project of this size. I'd like to see that.
I'm hung up on the aggregate application for the project.
It's just the current cost, so I'd like to see that modified.
The other thing was,
Touched
on,
was reminded of
there was a phrase in your condition about the start of construction, installation of the records.
I believe that was said at the podium, started construction, that's when the work operations. I feel like we need a little bit of clarity in those three areas before we can move.
Otherwise, I would generally support it. It's about land use, it's about property rights.
I think it's a good application. I agree with,
We need a date. Specific.
deferral. Staff had a recommendation on the date.
We have a second, motion. I have the date first. Yeah, I was gonna suggest that Holly Hop make a second to the date ironed out. I would say that if, Commissioner Ross would come to you with this, and just all this talk about a date that might work, and then that shows some calibration that would be needed in that.
4 weeks.
4 weeks before the,
4 weeks before the planning commission for that period.
It's a planning commission on, regular planning commission on May 28th would be 4 weeks. There is on the part of you're correct, but, if they social discussion over here are maybe 4 weeks, you know, on May 28th, regular schedule.
what does the agenda look like?
It is about 8 items. Counting vacations, I don't know about schedules, obviously, I mean, so that, it is a lower,
It could be a good fit.
that's not being disclosed in its schedule, there's no additional stuff to it.
And Chairman, I hate to do this, I'm actually not gonna stay out of state then, or other than this particular case, who handles zoning matters, so if that particular week does not work well. I hate to do that, I do very as do all of our attorneys, this is a complex case.
I think you would need interference here. So for an alternative,
The next planning commission after that is June 11th. We don't have, our next closing is any time, but we'll schedule that, we still don't know what it looks like at this point.
we don't have, zoning doesn't cover our,
The next solar application is scheduled to be heard on that.
Okay, so sounds like we have a date of June 11th, is that correct? Which is the regular schedule, the big PC meeting. To address the additional questions and concerns that we have. We don't have to listen to the whole, aspect yet. Next question to ask, do public input. Do we still have to, there's still a need to open that up? Discussion. What we have.
Chairman, legally, you've held and closed your public hearing you're required to have. I have seen at least one or maybe more instances where it's been reopened, but you're certainly not required to. And I think at this point, based on Commissioner Austin's comments, some of that, there's some direction for staff to look at issues to be brought up. So I think most of the time when it's done, it's not reopened. In fact, that's probably Scott Wadle.
Thank you for that clarification. So we have a membership motion, for June the 11th. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Austin, a second by Joe Johnson. It's the Commissioner Warren.
Before we go, just wanna make sure that the staff knows exactly what it is that we're saying for us, information on. We kind of don't come to the next meeting and then somebody says, well, what about this? Another one. We have all of our big concerns identified.
Could you get some clarification on details of the commission plans? It was stated that some more thought, that's what was included in the motion. Various aspects of the decommissioning plans in one direction, I think would be helpful. Otherwise, we have, evaluation of if we stated the amount of insurance is adequate, and clarifying whether or not moving dirt versus installing the array constitutes construction. And then, Commissioner Fry's previous discussion earlier in the meeting was talking about getting, the tax rental rate, there will be a balance of tax revenue, tying your 10-year abatement. So I think, and all looks good, just looking at what are you get more property?
No one else that I concerned about whether or not the battery energy best be included. So that could be taken out of the staff recommendations at this point. Okay, so if there's no further discussion, comments, we have a motion. Yes,
We'll hear this case before we hear the deferral. How will that affect this case?
I'll address that question. I would suggest that you would hear that case and hold you back here for like one person to consider it based on the unique features of the properties and everything to look at any other zoning. When you consider that case, there still won't be a SECS large scale application. So at this point, I really think the planning was to make a sound recommendation on both applications to the county commission. So if your question is specific to the application today or the application on May 19th at your special meeting then?
Well, my question was if there are any conflicting areas, how does that affect the current case or case?
And I think ultimately it may end up coming down to what commissioners have in front of them, and you don't know how long all this is going to take on each of these applications. You can't prejudge that. I think what you have to do is make recommendations, but currently they're within the 2-mile radius of one another. The code does not allow. The code also does not allow the Board of County Commissioners to waive that, which is specifically stated in the zoning code. I think you would hear each of the cases and make recommendations based on what you hear in front of you, but I don't think this application should impact your back your recommendation, make the most sound recommendation that you can based on the evidence presented.
Okay, seeing no
Additional,
additional,
we'll call the motion. We have approval. Second, all in favor. We have a motion to put on the June 11th at our normal schedule, the MPC meeting. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign. The motion has passed for deferral. Also, again, I'd like to follow up and thank all the speakers in the audience, your time, your patience, your input, and we will know the matters you do.
I think that
Recording stopped.
Yeah.